How's it going, everybody? Is there actually going to be a Nintendo Direct tomorrow, or is that still just a rumor? Because again, I'll believe it when I see it, but... Let's see. Anabolic plays with the 690. 4 newest community post. Cuckold story, no joke. Yeah, we read the article before the Xbox thing yesterday. But yeah, I can do it again. I just have to wake up a little bit. But yeah, we can reread it, I guess. Once I'm a little more awake.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I don't know why you can't open up pictures on community. Oh, there we go. They did fix it. Alright. Just the recent posts? Alright, yeah, we can check it out. Yeah, I don't know if Nintendo's actually going to do a showcase or not, or a direct, so... Usually they don't do it, like, the day after. They give you a little bit of heads up. But, I don't know. I robbed the bank. But all they had were keyboards? Damn, man. Unfortunately, that's the reality of modern banking, pretty much. How long have I been live? 6 minutes and 50 seconds. I just woke up like 10-ish minutes ago. So, I woke up, rolled out of bed, and literally just came sat at my desk. He also said the wedding he went to was a Jewish wedding. Oy vey, man. Now he LARPs as a, you know, a party official for Papa H. Nope, El Palo is laying down on my bed right now, passed out, so... What is the article? Here, I have it linked still. Here you go. It's basically a diary entry on a public writing website. But, yeah. Basically, it's one of those websites where you, like, write a, you know, short story or a blog. I don't know, what is it? Like a blog site or something? But yeah, basically it's the story about, you know, his first love and how he regrets not going to her wedding and all the... I don't know, dude. It was, it's one of those things where you're just like, bro, that absolutely should have been kept private. Weird ass Soyman. Yeah, dude, it's just like this habit of oversharing from him is like a really big detriment. Yeah, I think it's because Gears of War sold so poorly on PS5. Like, apparently it sold so poorly that they're not even reprinting the physical copies anymore. So, that's ironically enough, the poor sales of the Gears remaster are what basically made it so that Gears E-Day could be exclusive, which is kind of funny and sad at the same time. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Gears looks good, so... But I'm going to be playing this shit on PC. Personally. I played Gears 5 on PC, and once you get used to the PC way of doing things, especially on Gears, it's like, damn. Because with that FOV slider, bro, it's a pretty significant competitive advantage for a third-person shooter like that. You get such a better, you know, range of sight. It's awesome. Not to mention the higher frame rates, too, but... Hey, buddy. have stayed on the bed. You didn't have to come in here. Probably more comfortable up there. You gonna go eat? Go eat your food. Go. Ah, man. The needy dog has arrived. Yeah, Cortana does not look good in the remake. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the trend with Cortana ever since Halo 4. Halo 4, like, Microsoft was on the right track, and then Halo 5, they ruined it, and then, yeah, I think it's gonna keep spiraling, unfortunately. Let's see, Kazumi Yuji with the 2 finally got 100% on Crimson Desert at 323.7 hours. Jeez.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, that's pretty rough, man. Rich was streaming earlier besides his mind being lost. He was crying that Cortana in Halo 4 was naked. Yeah, I don't know what it is with, like... So he was complaining about it, right? I mean, it just follows the trend of, like, these dudes who are, you know, attached to women they obviously don't find attractive. And so they have to lash out at video game characters because it reminds them of what they'll never have. Like, I swear, that's what it is, bro. DSP, when he first started dating and married Kat, was not that way. But when she started getting fat and got the boyish haircut, that's exactly when he started complaining about the way people, you know, were wishing that video game characters were attractive. So, I feel like there's like an actual correlation there, where dudes who are in relationships with women they don't find very attractive at all. It's more painful to see attractive women than it is to not, so they lash out whenever, you know, there is, you know, characters of that nature. An 88 Krager with a 5. That sucks. I have to buy a Series X to play E-Day. Do you not have a PC? Well, I guess not if you have to buy it, but get the green one. You could probably flip it if you're able to get one. You could get it, and play the game, and then probably sell the console if you wanted to for a profit. All women in video games should be attractive, otherwise they don't need to be in the game. I agree, man. Like, you'll find no argument for me about women being ugly. Like, I don't know why you would want to look at ugly characters in general. You know, there's a reason why every single fucking male video game character from pretty much the inception of gaming has been a chiseled, chad-jawed, you know, hunk. It's like, yeah, because no guy wants to fucking play as a fat slob in a video game either. So it's like, you know, give us our idealized characters. It's immersion, it's fantasy, it's not real life. We wish it was, but, you know, that's what makes it appealing.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see, Resident Evil Zombified with a 5. People are complaining about Stellar Blade, new character, looks like a child. Must have never seen Korean woman before, I guess. Yeah, it's the problem with the haircut. she has that boyish haircut that makes, you know, Chinese, Korean, and even some Japanese women look like boys. They makes them look like a 12-year-old boy. So I understand why they're saying it. I think the hairstyle sucks. They need to have long hair, or else, yeah, it literally does look like a 12-year-old boy. So I've seen the image with the long hair that somebody did with AI, and it looks a million times better. So, yeah, it's just an issue of the haircut. They could easily fix it, but yeah. That's a very common thing with Asian women is, you know, when they cut their hair super short, they look pretty young. So, Griffin, most Asian women have that hair. Get over it? No. Never. More reasons to kill you. Exactly. Destroy the child.
I can't afford this shit!
The majority of them I dated did not have ridiculously short hair. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see too many, what do they call that shit? I guess it's not even really a bob. It's more than that, but I don't know. I don't really see many Asian chicks in my area with that, and I have a lot. So, most of them have long hair. But maybe that's just a US thing.
All right,
Let's
awesome.
see,
Thanks,
SNK
nigga. All
Nostalgia
right.
with the 2. Western game developers, 1 out of 3 fired, lol. Good. I wish I had the button to push, but yeah. We need to get that number way up. Thoughts on the LA election? I don't really have any, to be honest. It's California, bro. It's a lost cause. Now Rosario Soul with the 5. Hopefully in the new Stellar Blade game, you can change the hair. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, with the amount of customization that they had in the first game, I would imagine they would have probably close to the same amount right out the gate. I mean, obviously they should know by now that their, you know, 30-something-year-old male audience enjoys playing dress up with their Stellar Blade Eve doll. So, yeah. Brutal, dude. You know?
Gaming.
And Resident Evil Zombified with the 2 Renegade operative post from 1 day ago with ADI? Let me see. I don't see. What am I looking for? Post from 1 day ago with ADI? What is that? I don't see anything on his channel about Stellar Blade. Yeah, I don't see anything. Unless it's a different Renegade operative, but... yeah, I don't see anything. He might have deleted it, bro. I don't see anything, so... The Xbox showcase was abysmal. As bad as the... it wasn't as bad as the Sony one. I think for all intents and purposes, for what it was okay. Like... Again, most of these showcases are not going to be my cup of tea nowadays, because I'm just kind of checked out with 99% of this industry at this point, but I think for what it was actually pretty good. It had decent pacing, you know, there was enough new stuff. I don't really feel like they spent too much time on any one thing. I think Gears was smart to spend time on, because it actually looked good. But... yeah, I don't really think it was that bad, to be honest. I mean, what else would they be able to do? That's the issue. So, you know, unless you want them to work miracles and conjure up, like, the best gaming lineup in the history of the industry out of thin air. You know, I don't really think they could have done much else. You know, the Clockwork Revolution game was definitely a disappointment, but... I don't know. Same with Fable, but... I don't necessarily think it was a bad show, if you know what I mean. I think they did a pretty decent job, like, you know, presentation-wise. Yeah, dude, Fable, like, the fact that they do not want to show gameplay of that game at fucking all, and the little snippets of gameplay they have shown make it look terrible, and it runs at, like, 20 FPS. I don't know if it's even going to release in February at this point. Like, it genuinely looks bad. And the more and more millennial quirk chungus humor they keep adding, and the celebrities, it's just, it's becoming garbage. Like, genuine garbage. Like, just basically, I don't know what their, you know, whole goal is with that, but it's not Fable anymore. And now they're, you know... nostalgia baiting with the original villain from the first game, and it's just like, okay. I don't know. It feels like one of those fake games, you know? It's like one of those fake games where... it doesn't actually feel like it's even remotely as close to finished as they're trying to portray.
I can't afford this shit!
So it gives me fake game vibes, and I would be very shocked if it releases in February. I think it's going to get delayed again. I just think they have so much money dumped into it at this point that it's like they can't afford for it to flop, but on the same, you know, I guess argument, for argument's sake, the budget every single time they delay it keeps going up and up and up. But I guess Forza Horizon makes enough money to offset it, but yeah, they just need to basically stop the bleeding on that one and just kick it out the door to die. I don't think it's going to do any sort of major, you know, sales numbers that they're hoping it will. You know, maybe it'll get critical acclaim, but I don't think there's a huge amount of interest in that game. Oh yeah, this was way better than the PlayStation one. The PlayStation Showcase was genuinely terrible. The cheapest you can pay for a top-of-the-line PC? Probably like $5 grand. I mean, I don't think you can get a 5090 for under like $3,500 right now. Unless you get lucky. But the 5090 alone is going to cost you close to $4,000 after tax, so maybe you could get one for like $5,000 to $6,000 if you're truly talking top of the line. But that's probably your top of the line gaming PC if that's what you're after. But yeah, luckily the RAM prices have come down a little bit, so it's not like at the all-time high currently. Same with CPU pricing. But yeah, GPUs are still expensive. RAM is still relatively expensive. Your 5090 Astral's now $4,429 at Micro Center. Well, I guess I bought it at a good time. That'd be close to, I think, $4,700 with tax. So there you go. I'm saving $500. So I guess it's good I went ahead and bought it, right? But yeah, things are getting way more expensive PC-wise. Let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Let's see.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
Gaming.
Jesus fucking Christ. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Fucking
you
suck dicks in
virgin
an Olive
loser.
Garden bathroom.
God damn. Go get a life. Go outside. Find meaning in your fucking life. Because they're angry and can't get pussy. So I have to do it to shut them the fuck up. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck all of you. Shut the fuck up. God damn it.
Spyro 4 going open world is a dream come true for me. Fuck what Synth says. We had 3 games of the same formula, and Spyro 3 I think was probably the worst of the 3, so the formula was kind of degrading. And I want something akin to Kingdom Hearts world design now. Yeah, I think open world Spyro would work pretty well. As long as they have, like, segmented areas that are, like, I guess, themed, then I think it could work pretty well. What was that from? That was basically Rich complaining that he had to donate money to charity because he didn't live up to his promise of streaming Pokemon and wearing a chicken suit.
I can't afford this shit!
And Tim Marco with the 279, Ray is handling the trolls so well, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's... yeah. Good luck with that one. I can only imagine how the story went over. I don't know how that was, like, breached to him, but yeah. Nor do I even know how people found that shit. I mean, I guess, you know, just Googled it, but... Man. Well, Zach is literally going to have a bigger part in part 3, bro. So, they've already confirmed that. Raymond is not mentally stable. No, he's not, dude. You know, unironically, the best and worst thing that could happen for him is getting off the internet. Griffin, marry me, please. Unless you're an attractive 23-year-old girl. No. Which I have a very high suspicion you're not. So, yeah. Sorry, I might have to decline. How are you going to cope without Aerith being in the party? It's going to be rough, man, let me tell you. 23, are we into hags? Bro, I do not want to date a student. Like, I don't know, bro. There's like, I have a mental block where it's like, bro, if somebody comes to me and then like starts talking about like, oh my god, my test is so hard. Like, I don't know, I'd probably lose my shit. That shit would piss me off, bro. Like, somebody complaining about like their fucking exams or something. Like, yeah, no. I would not want to do that. How many foids you dated? Ready? Drum roll. 0. "23 is too old?" Nah, I don't think 23 is too old. I mean, I'm 28, so that's 5 years younger than me, so that's fine. Griffin wants a cougar. That's right, bro. 37 and up, man. Don't worry about her empty egg carton, because I'm going to fill that shit up anyway. Griffin, can't you drive to the PC shop and get them to fix the power supply on the spot? No, it's in the repair queue, so they just do the computers in the order that they're received, regardless of the issue, so I just gotta wait. So it should be done this week. I mean, it was number 23 on Tuesday, so unless they've only done 3 a day, it should technically be done by Tuesday. We'll see. But, yeah, I mean, it's like an hour, probably, repair on my end. And then they got to test it, which is probably another 10 minutes, I don't know. So, hopefully Monday or Tuesday I get it back, but it's anybody's guess. Let's see. How much longer until you lose your shit with a computer shop? It doesn't really matter at this point. Like, I've already had it gone for so long, I don't really care. So, at first I was kind of anxious to get it back. I was checking the status every day. Now I just don't care. You know, I've gone basically a month without it, pretty much, and, you know, at this point, it is what it is. The PS5 sustains the gamer. That's right, man. Would you rather the next trilogy project from the Final Fantasy VII devs be a 17 trilogy or a trilogy that remakes 10? I wouldn't mind a 10 remake, to be honest. Like, if they actually managed to make 10-2 a good game, you know, that'd be nice. But, I don't know. I don't think they're ever going to do another remake trilogy, to be honest. Unless it's remastering 3 games, but that would probably be the Lightning trilogy. I think the only trilogy they're probably going to ever remake / remaster from now on is 13. Because for whatever reason, that's the only Final Fantasy game that's never gotten modern ports. SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much, bro. Much appreciated. Thanks for that positivity, man. Well, if you've played Remake and Rebirth, I would highly recommend playing Crisis Core. That's basically all you need to know. Like, Crisis Core adds so much context to a lot of the side activities and various characters within the Remake trilogy, especially. So, even if you've just played the original, I think you should play it too, but yeah, if you've played the remake games and you like them, you should definitely play Crisis Core. It will add so much more depth to the overall story. Well, dude, Final Fantasy X is just as much of a hallway simulator for the most part as Final Fantasy XIII. But, you know, a lot of people aren't ready for that conversation. 10 gets glazed for being the way that it is, but 13... I mean, yeah, 13's a little bit more on rails as far as that goes, but 10 is pretty damn restrictive. Like, that is pretty much just a hallway game, too.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
They don't have any chemistry either. Fucking Cloud has more chemistry than Zack, and we all know why. With who? Well, to be fair, are you talking about Zack and Aerith? Well, I mean, Aerith is like 17 at the time, so, you know. kind of makes sense why, you know. But that, and she only knew Zach for like a week. So that's the other thing, too. Let's see. All Night Yahtzee with the 10. My final take on Final Fantasy VII Remake Project. I wanted a 1-for-1 remake, not what we got. Thankfully, Final Fantasy VII Remake has had to fall on the sword, because despite Switch sales, FF7 Project has underperformed to the point they won't ever do this again. I don't think they have another game that would warrant a 3-part remake again. So, I mean, Final Fantasy IX's getting a remake. We know that. It was the last game, basically, in the NVIDIA leaks that has not been announced yet. So, at some point, that will get a remake. Whether it's 1-to-1, that's, you know, still up for debate. I don't think it is, but I don't know. I think overall the games will do pretty well long-term, so Square Enix games, especially Final Fantasy, typically have a long shelf life. Like, yeah, I mean, maybe they didn't do as well immediately because of PlayStation exclusivity or people waiting for all 3 parts to be done, but I mean, what? The first one sold close to probably 10 million now already. Rebirth's probably at 5 or 6 million, and Part 3 will probably do about the same, if not more. And then also there's going to be a boost in Intergrade sales as well as Rebirth sales because the 3rd part's coming out. And they're probably going to do like some triple pack and all this other shit. So I don't know, when all's said and done, because the development time and development costs of doing these remakes are not that high because they can just reuse assets from game to game. So it's probably like $100 million budget, maybe $200 million. So anything over 4 million sales is pure profit. So I don't know. I think they probably will do all right, all things considered. Not to mention the merchandise sales, which is a huge moneymaker for Square. Final Fantasy VII moves merchandise, so I think when all is said and done, this will probably be a pretty big financial success for Square Enix. But I don't think there's another game in their catalog that really has the hardcore fan base to warrant like this level of remake, personally. Because Final Fantasy VII's always been the most popular game Square Enix has ever made. So it's kind of a, you know, what do you call it, like a flash in the pan type thing? I don't know. I mean, 10 is probably the only one that even comes close. And that game's already really drawn out because it was PS2, not PS1. So they had cutscenes and voice acting and all that other shit already. I think Kingdom Hearts is his final game, so I don't think he's going to be working on anything else. And then I think he's just going to become a character designer again. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2,
Thanks,
Final
nigga.
Fantasy VI on SNES is the best, you mofos. Yeah, I still need to play 6. That would be a good game for them to remake, too. 6, because, you know, the Foyd marketing potential is pretty high with that game, from what I've heard. And Tim Marco the 7, apparently Square wants the demo for Revelations to be out by Tokyo Game Show in September. That's what I was saying. that they would probably do like a big deep dive for Tokyo Game Show and then put the demo out shortly after. So that's what I was saying during the reveal on Friday. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense, honestly. The game's done, apparently. All the main content, all the side content, they're just in the polishing phase right now. So in theory, you could release a demo. I'll probably try the Doom DLC. I mean, I already own it, so why not, right? I already bought it. Yeah, I think for what it was pretty good, man. You know, I don't really have expectations going into these, but I think for what it was pretty good. Most of the stuff I genuinely don't care about, but that's every showcase nowadays. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Should I break out my DC console to play Berserker? I mean, you could. What else are you gonna do, you know? Life is short, man. Game on. If you have the means, why not? They could announce a direct for tomorrow, but I would be very surprised if they only gave 1 day notice for a big Nintendo Direct. Usually for like their main directs, they give a few days notice at minimum. But again, it's Nintendo, so it's anybody's guess. That Star Fox Direct, for example, came out of nowhere. I don't think anybody saw that one coming. So who knows, dude? When does Star Fox come out? That comes out this month, right? Let's see. Check my Walmart pre-order, dude. June 25th. So yeah, end of the month. I don't think Halo MCC is going to be on anything new because the people who worked on MCC no longer work at 343. So I don't think they have the actual means to work on that game anymore because all the people with experience on that engine are gone. So You know, MCC is 2 engines old at this point. Nah, Xbox clarified today that for a single-player game, some of them will be exclusive, but for big live service titles, you know, they will be multi-plat still. So take that as you will. I'm guessing that means Halo will continue to be multi-plat. Which, to be fair, that's the only way they're reviving the franchise at this point.
I can't afford this shit!
SNK nostalgia of the 2, COD is running off blue hair, anti-Second Amendment women now. Yeah, that COD trailer was bad. That shit looked goofy as hell, bro. That looked goofy as hell. The body cam extraction mode, like, come on. Like, how many gimmicks do they have to, like, try and just mimic with their, you know, third modes in COD these days? It's like they have to try and rip off every single type of shooter that possibly could ever release. See, I liked Modern Warfare 2's multiplayer. I just wish all the maps were smaller. Like, I just don't understand why it's so hard for them. Make a small map Call of Duty with, like, the Modern Warfare 2 2022 gameplay. That's it. That's all anyone wants. It's just that simple. But apparently for some, it's just too hard to manage. Yeah, I just don't get it. It's like they're desperate for ideas, but they're also desperate to not be Call of Duty. It's like they're so eager to, like, try and reinvent the fucking wheel when it comes to what is Call of Duty. And it's like, nobody's asking for that. People like Call of Duty because it was Call of Duty. They listened to the wrong people back in the day, and they're still listening to the wrong people now. Like, tell the pro players to shove their fucking rainbow dildo so far down their throat that they're not only gagging on it, they're fucking suffocating. Because those worthless fucking retards need to learn to sit down and shut the fuck up, bro. Professional gaming has killed so many different shooters. And Call of Duty is definitely, you know, on the chopping block at this point. I don't know how long the franchise is going to survive at this rate. Yeah, I think E-Day looks good, personally. The only thing I'm not wild about is the 2 new no-name squad members, but, you know, whatever. I mean, that's like a very small complaint in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, I do think it looks good. The gore looks good, the overall look and design of the game looks good. You know, I think they did a pretty decent job, so... It is a complete contrast to the dog shit that was Gears 5, so... I mean, Gears 4, for what it was, wasn't terrible. But you were fighting robots and, like, alien, like, I don't know. It didn't feel like Gears. This feels like Gears of War, so it does look good. Especially from a gameplay perspective. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. You can definitely tell that Rod Ferguson was the problem, so I'm glad he's gone.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Buy the Neo Geo AES Plus. Coming soon. Best games. Yeah, that white one looks nice. The, whatever, anniversary edition or whatever, or limited edition one. That one does look good. Griff is shilling for Gears because he reserved a bunch of copies. No. I will only buy 1 copy, and I'll buy it on Steam. I'm not getting a physical copy. The only games I buy physical nowadays are for the Switch, pretty much. Other than, you know, Remake Part 3, I'll get a bunch of physical copies of the Deluxe and Collector's Edition, if the Collector's Edition's actually good. But, yeah, I don't know. For a while, I was actually kind of enjoying buying physical shit, but I just don't have room for it. It's like it quickly just becomes overwhelming. I end up boxing it up, and then I don't even like have it accessible. So it's like, what's the point of even buying it at that point? Like, I don't have anywhere to put it. I can't play the physical games. I have to dig out like the box from a stack of other boxes just to see if I even have something. I don't know, so... But yeah, I'll just get it on Steam. I mean, I plan on playing it on PC anyway.
I can't afford this shit!
Griffin leaves in a pod. Yeah, I live in my little Goy cube in the fucking city, so... Yeah. It is what it is, man. A Japanese motel? Yeah, exactly. It's a slight upgrade. I know a house you can buy for cheap in Troy, Ohio. Oh, yeah, dude, that'd be a great idea. God.
can't afford this
Let's see.
shit.
SNK Nostalgia the 2 play Shock Troopers 1 video gameplay. I'm not familiar with Shock Troopers 1. Let me see. And Barista Craig with a 2. The new Series X looks free. Oh wait, Fire? I'm guessing you mean. Can't wait to add it. Yeah, I think it does look good. I love translucent electronics personally, so I grew up in that era. So yeah, I'm a sucker for any type of like colored translucent gaming peripheral or whatever. I think it looks nice. That is loud. There we go. Ten more code the 7. I wouldn't buy any of Ray's houses because I'd be way scared he'd start stalking me. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. Not to mention, you know, he also cheaped the fuck out on a lot of the stuff, too. Like, it's not, you know, super high quality renovations or anything of the sort, so. I don't know, dude. I'm not trying to slum Max, personally. Like, that's a slum house. Like, not to be offensive, but it is. It's, you know, basically Section 8 housing. Neo Strider with the 2. Hey Griffin, what's up? Thoughts on God Slayer game? I have not played God Slayer, but I'm familiar with it to the point I know where, like, what it is, but I've never actually played them before. I think I've owned them at a certain point, but I've just never gotten around to playing them. And Construct's Workshop with the 2. I start pirate games to see if they're worth buying. Yeah, fair enough, man. Why not? You see that 1666 Amsterdam game by the creator of yeah, I guess AC Hex is ripping off his game because Ubisoft pissed they had to give his game back in 2016. Yep, I saw that. So that was my initial thought when I first saw it. It's like, oh yeah, Ubisoft's gonna be pissed about that because of that Hex game. But yeah, I guess it makes sense if they were trying to steal it from him, basically. So, I don't know. I'll buy that guy's game over Ubisoft's for sure if I'm going to play a witch-themed game. Because it's probably better anyway. The Napoleon game looks weird, bro. That shit looks weird. Yeah, I don't know if you actually play as Napoleon or if you play as, like, one of his generals. Because, like it said, you know, will you fight for your emperor or something, so... They better not make Napoleon the villain. That's all I can say. They better not make Napoleon the villain. Because Napoleon is literally the personification of you can just do things. Like, Napoleon is truly probably the last great European, like, you know, monarch. So. And probably one of the best of all time, too. I don't know, bro. Napoleon is pretty based, because, you know, that whole thing he did with the Pope is just, you know, massive, you know, big dick energy. You know, that's one of the coolest things probably in history that's ever happened. Because, like, throughout, you know, the entire medieval era, the Renaissance, you know, the age of colonialism, you know, the Pope always crowned the king. Because, you know, kings derive their authority from God. Well, you know, Napoleon invited the Pope to his coronation and instead told the Pope to sit down in the cuck chair, and he crowned himself and made the Pope sit there and watch, like, you know, elevating himself above the church, which is pretty baller, man, especially back then. So... yeah, and I forget what did he say? Let me see. What did Napoleon say? Something about fate. Like, you know, fate will toss me away or something. I forgot the exact quote. Fate. Shit, why can I not find this? Oh yeah, there it is. I am the instrument of providence. She will use me as long as I accomplish her designs. Then she will break me like a glass. So, yeah. But yeah, Napoleon was also super black-pilled about himself, too, which is pretty funny. You know, he was really, the chud emperor. he was hopeless when it came to interacting with women. You know, he was super autistic when it came to military shit. You know, it's really funny. Like, you know, Napoleon was one of us, pretty much. Yeah, he was average height. I question the chud part on his choice of women. Well, no, that was the thing, is Napoleon was like so hopeless when it came to women. Like, he couldn't talk to them. He got too nervous. You know, he basically, you know, was, you know, chud maxing before it was a thing. So he basically just married the first noble woman that would put up with him. And yeah, it was definitely a massive mistake, all things considered, but you know. Napoleon wasn't really concerned with women. So he was not a ladies' man or a horn dog or any of that shit. Like, Napoleon had eyes on the prize, pretty much, and women were just, you know, basically a means to an end to legitimize himself inside of the French nobility, because technically, I think, he was from Corsica, I believe. So not technically France, but a French territory. So he needed to, you know, embed himself inside of French nobility. So he just kind of married the first chick that said yes, essentially. So. France bought the island 1 year before he was born. Yeah. So he was basically trying to legitimize himself, because he pretty much worked his way up through, you know, the French military. So he's one of those examples of somebody who just had pure talent from the start. So definitely a once in a generation kind of guy. Wonder why the French are such... Dude, it goes for all of Europe. You know, Europe was essentially castrated after World War II. Europe was essentially castrated after World War II. The French are still one of the most pushovers in Europe. Yeah, the French never recovered post-Napoleon. That's the funny thing. You know? Napoleon quite literally was the last hoorah for the French. So...
I can't afford this shit!
Apparently lolcow Live isn't performing well enough for Keem now. That's not really surprising, because, I mean, you know, with all the people that have left, like, what, it's just Boogie now, pretty much? And then, like, random people. So, yeah, I don't know. It was good in theory, but... You know, it's kind of one of those things where unless you can constantly just, you know, do drama... You know, consistently, it's like kind of one of those things that ebbs and flows. Yeah, it did kind of start to feel like the WWE of lolcow shit. Yeah, that's true. It just basically became the Humiliate Boogie podcast. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's funny for a while, but after, you know, so many times, it's like, alright, well. Oh, DSP absolutely has thicker skin than Raymond. Like, DSP, for all he has to go through, is pretty collected, I would say. You know, for all the shit people put DSP through, he maintains a, you know, general air of unbotheredness. Whereas, you know, you recommend, oh, you should go to the gym. Well, fuck you! And then storms off his fucking stream for 10 minutes. To go sniff the fumes of a vodka bottle. If I streamed, I would be so unhinged, I'd be banned in 2 days. Yeah, it's definitely, you know, kind of challenging to want to censor yourself. I raced the Nürburgring. I hope I said that right. On the weekend, I hit 180 miles per hour and was redlining it on the Dottinger. Oh, I don't know how you say that. Straight in my M3. Shit, man. 180 in an M3. That's pretty crazy. Is this something you do a lot, Mars? Like, race in real life? Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, I think the racing stuff's pretty cool. I just don't know if I have the balls for it, to be honest. Floor it on the Autobahn? Yeah, I wish we had Autobahns. That'd be nice. I hate speed limits. That shit's infuriating. It's like, yeah, here's a massive open road, but you can only drive 50 miles per hour. It's like, why? There's nobody else on it. But, yeah. I wish we had stuff like that. It'd be nice. Best highway in the world? That's right. For many reasons. The accidents at the USA, yeah, dude, fucking Sharkwisha would be trying to, you know, fiddle with her phone with the fake nails and go, "Oh shit, I done spilled my Kool-Aid pineapple," and then slam into like a minivan or something. Yeah. Yeah, we already know how it'd go. The true end game for PC gamers staring at the Steam store. Well, I can't play anything on my computer right now because I don't have my actual gaming PC. This is my old computer, which literally can't run anything because it needs a CPU swap. So, yeah. I just have to glare at what I can't have. But yeah, it is like that, though. You have, like, all these games on Steam, and you never actually want to play any. That's a pretty common occurrence. I don't know. There's something, like, deeply soulless about playing games on PC. And we've talked about this before, but yeah, there's just something very, very soulless about the PC gaming experience, and it's hard to put into words, but it feels so sterilized. Like, you open up the PlayStation, and it's like, oh, look, dude, you have, like, this nice UI. You know, all the games have little graphics and shit that pop up. Some of them have music that plays, and it's like, I don't know. There's something about using a dedicated device. And maybe it's just my nostalgia speaking, but you know, I come from the era of, like, the dedicated device, where it's like you used to have an iPod to listen to music, a DS to play video games, or a PS2 or a GameCube. You would go on the computer only to look something up, and then you would go back to doing what you're... I don't know. It's like one of those things where it's like you almost get stimulation overload sitting down at your computer, because it's like, okay, well, I also have Steam open and I have my tabs on Chrome open and I'm watching a YouTube video or listening to something else in the background. It's like you don't ever do anything deliberately on PC. So I don't know. But Steam itself, I mean, it's fine, but it literally is just launch game. There's none of that kind of, like, I guess, ecosystem feel to it. Which is not really even a fault of Steam. Let's see, so the Nürburgring, there we go, is a legendary racetrack that is open to the public, 35 euros to race it. Go as fast as you want, no restrictions. Your life is in your own hands on the track. Yeah, that's the thing, bro. Like, I mean, I think it'd be fun to definitely do that, but I don't know, I'd be kind of spooked out going that fast in any car. But yeah, it definitely would be fun. I get the appeal, like, you know. I can see how that'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, you definitely are taking life into your own hands at that point. Yeah, the thing is, too, it's like, and this also might just be kind of a mental block, but it's like, the last thing I want to do is sit at my desk nowadays, so it's like, that also, I think, is probably more so than anything. It's like, the last thing I want to do is sit at the desk. And it's like, damn. Like, I'll sit down at my desk when I'm just, like, having free time, and I'll start playing something, and I'll immediately be like, damn, I should just play on my Switch so I can go lay down. So maybe if I wasn't so tired all the time, then maybe it wouldn't be as bad either, but... I'm playing Switch 2 in bed right now. Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, if I had more energy, maybe it'd be different, but it's like there's just something that is inherently making me not want to sit at my desk when I don't have to. Play my computer in bed? That's not possible.
I can't afford this shit!
The Steam frame will make motherfuckers actually back rot? Maybe. Yeah, when VR technology gets really, really good. You know, it's like, yeah, people are gonna be cooked, bro. Steam in itself is emotional. Yeah, it's very sterile, which, you know, I get why they do that, because it's just like, okay, here's your games. Do you want to play them? Like, so from a design perspective, it serves to its benefit, but also to a detriment from a, you know, I guess, I don't know, like a non-utilitarian perspective, but it's not a bad thing. Like, it's not inherently a problem. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I do like having, you know, the themed experience. Well, I think you can change the colors on Steam. Pretty sure, at least. Steam does have custom skin support. Yeah, that's what I thought. I've seen some people with like decked out Steam, you know, UIs and such. I would imagine so, because Valve lets you pretty much customize everything else. Yeah, hopefully once this computer drama is solved, I can use my computer as intended. Because prior to having this issue, I was actually enjoying, you know, just having a computer that worked for the most part, so. On this one, I can't play anything. The CPU is like shot or whatever, I don't fucking know, but. Yeah, with OBS open, everything just runs like absolute shit. But I don't know, for the most part, my computer was pretty much a no effort use type scenario. But let me see. Let's refresh this feed. I can close out of that. And that. Because there's not really anything that's, like, burning for me to play right now, to be honest. Like, I just don't really care about playing games that much. So, I don't really care about waiting to get it back. Plus, I've got, like, 570 bucks in Steam credit. So, I'm not buying anything on Xbox or PlayStation or anything like that that I don't have to. So, I don't really want to spend money when I have, you know, 600 bucks just sitting there. Let's see. So, I think I read that. Bud Sunny with the 2 watch eggs of... I'm pretty sure we watched this before. Let me see. This sounds really familiar. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we watched this. Eggs of Steel? I don't think it was a fever dream. I remember this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we've definitely seen this. It's like one of those old jank PS1 platformers.
The switch to shoot the can.
But yeah, we've seen this before. I remember this. I have no idea how long ago we watched it, but we've definitely seen that. I don't think it was, well, it could have been last month. I have no clue. My, I guess, notion of time is fried, so. But yeah, we have seen that. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. There's, wait, now there's plexiglass around the Eiffel Tower. That's right. You know, low trust society and its consequences, right? Kinda sad, dude. Kinda sad. And let's see, Neo Strider with the 10. Speaking of Napoleon, I have a recommendation. Napoleon was not a cuck. I don't think anybody was claiming Napoleon was a cuck. Okay. By the way, the Godslayer game I was referring to was the upcoming Elemental action game based off Avatar. Yeah, I have no clue. I've never heard of that. I have never heard of that one. I mean, Godslayer is pretty, I would say synonymous with that anime game.
I can't afford this shit!
But yeah, I haven't heard of the new one. But yeah, we can check out the video. Schizo Garcia with the 2. BAAAAD was such a better show. Keem lost his gem. I didn't really like BAAAAD that much, to be honest. It was okay. It was alright. I think Keem carried it personally. Like most other things he's on, but... An SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Truth about the Autobahn video. Check it out. Okay. And let's see, Schizo Garcia with a 5 say, damn Tyrone, shit, how that purple pineapple drink take, huh? This big go, wait, this big go, cuh? What the fuck? Also the new Kino Casino clip. If it's not like 3 hours, I'm not gonna watch like a 3-hour video, but we'll see. Let me check. Yeah, it's like 3 hours. No, I'm not watching a 3-hour fucking clip. That's way too long. Sorry, I don't have the attention span to J Max for 3 hours. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. In 2 years, Griffin. Good luck with energy. Yeah, I already don't have energy, man. I already don't have energy. $20 minutes? Where is the 20-minute one? It's not on their Rumble page, so... As we stay stuck on the Steam page for 2 hours. Yeah, but I'm not looking at the Steam page. I'm reading the chat, so that's completely different. Watching a 3-hour video is like literally watching a fucking movie at 2x speed, dude. That's not even remotely the same. Snuggler Uxman with the 2. Thoughts on whether King Arthur / knights were real? There was probably some version of King Arthur that was real. Obviously, like with any, you know, folklore or, you know, mythological kind of scenario, it becomes over-embellished through oral history. So... I think there probably was, like, an actual historic, you know, King Arthur at some point. Whether that was even his name or not. You know, there probably was some, like, actual king that he was based off of, but the story, you know, kind of morphed over the years into something far more mythological.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So... we was King Arthur, that's right. The channel is just called Kino Casino. Alright, I'll take a look. What is the title? Alright, let's see. So, Bud Sunny with the 2. Okay. I can see what that is. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah, we can check it out. Let's see. 88 Cragger with the 5. Do you ever feel overwhelmed with the amount of games out? Not really, because I don't want to play most of them. So, I mean, maybe in the past I did, but nowadays, not so much. You know, it's kind of once in a blue moon where there's a game that comes out that I truly want to play. At this point, I only play games because I don't know what else. Well, I mean, that's all gaming is for, is just, you know, burning time, pretty much. I feel overwhelmed by the amount of old games I want to play. Yeah, fair enough. Playing Max Payne 3 for the first time. Get into fighting. I don't have any desire to get into fighting games, man. You know, I don't have like that baked in like muscle memory or whatever, and I don't really care to learn. I don't really have any desire to learn anything related to gaming. Like, I don't know. I don't care. I've tried single player modes. I don't like them. I don't even like when I was interested in learning fighting games back in the day. Like, I never really enjoyed playing them. So, you know, I used to buy all the Mortal Kombat games as they would come out, and it's just like I would play them for an hour or two, do like a couple fatalities on each character in the practice mode, and then never touch it again. It was a waste of $60. So, I don't know. And I would play like the campaigns a little bit, then I would get stuck, and you know, it's just, yeah, I don't care. Instead of going and, like, learning the combos and stuff, I would just get pissed off and never touch it again. So. Why would I just play anything? I don't even want to. Like, I don't have an inherent desire to play fighting games, so I'm not a competitive gamer. So, yeah, it's just like I'm gonna waste a bunch of time mastering fucking fighting games for what? What, like, what's the payoff? Nothing. Literally nothing. It gives me no benefit in life at all. Other than wasted time.
Hey, guys.
So, I don't know, man. There's, like, no payoff for me actually, you know, getting good at gaming. So, I mean, that's pretty much how I used to play games back in the day. If I would get mildly frustrated with a game, I would just sell it and buy something else. So, I don't know, dude. I've never been one to rough it out until I learn to enjoy something. If I don't enjoy it immediately, it's gone. So, if I don't enjoy it, it's gone within, like, the first week. That's how it used to be.
Nice car. Perfect. I can't afford this shit.
People sweat too much in fighting games. They treat it like it's real life. Dude, everyone plays every game now like it's gonna get them out the hood, bro. Like, that's pretty much it. Everyone acts like if they just get good enough at gaming, dude, I'll become rich and famous like fucking Ninja, bro. Like, honestly, you know, streaming has ruined games in a lot of ways. So... everybody treats it like it's a fucking lifestyle now, and it's just fucking gay. I don't know. But it's just, I don't have zero desire to get good at games. Like, me being skilled at a video game equates to zero real life benefit. Like, there's just nothing. Who cares? You know, you still live in your shitty little apartment, driving your shitbox car, but hey, bro, at least your fucking win-loss ratio is positive, am I right? It's like, who fucking cares? Like, go do something with your life. I don't know. It's just sad. Matchmaking was 9/11 for game. I wouldn't say that. I don't know, dude. That's just... yeah, I don't know. I just can't care about gaming. That's the biggest problem. It's like I don't have any investment in gaming anymore. It's like I get mildly annoyed with a game. I don't ever want to touch it again. I'm just done with it, bro. It's like that fucking Toy Story shit. I'm done playing with you. It's like, I just like, dude. This is supposed to be an entertainment product. Why the fuck am I playing something that I don't like? So... if I get mad, I can't stop until I win. I just don't care. Like, what do you get for beating something? Like, honest question, right? You are stuck at a boss. You're like stuck at a boss. You spend 4 hours trying to beat it. You eventually beat the boss. What do you get? Nothing. You get a wasted 4 hours. And that's it. You get some fake sense of accomplishment that literally does nothing, translates to nothing, means nothing. You know, the same person could have just cheated, made it fucking piss easy, and taken the screenshot and gotten the exact same response from people online as the person who roughed it out. You're just wasting time. You're expending effort and energy for nothing. There's literally no point. I told a chick about a time I beat that boss, dude, and she said, let's leave this place so you can show me 100% true story. That's right, dude. When a girl found out that I beat Millennia on my 5th try, she literally dropped to her knees and started sucking my dick right on the spot. True story, bro. True story, dude. "100% true story, no embellishment whatsoever." You know, real life is definitely influenced by your accomplishments in the video game. But yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like, you know, in those 4 hours, you could have spent, you know, actually playing something you enjoy or something that's fun. But no, you just beat your fucking head against a wall because, you know, oh, dude, I can't quit because sunk cost fallacy. That's pretty much what the Souls genre has turned into, is the sunk cost fallacy, the game. And that's actually kind of a good way to think about it. You know, people don't keep playing those games because it's like, oh yeah, dude, I'm having so much fun. It's, well, I've already played so much of it that, you know, I might as well finish it. And, oh, you know, I'm stuck on this boss, so I better keep trying because I've already played for 40 hours and, you know, I don't want to quit now. It's like literally the sunk cost fallacy in gaming form. That's how it is for most people. Have I ever tried competing in anything? Nope. Nine. Yeah, a lot of people do play live service games because of the sunk cost fallacy. Yep, once you start spending a certain amount of money, you don't want to just give up all that shit. You know, that's probably Fortnite's #1 player retention strategy. Is people have spent so much damn money in that game that they just keep playing because, you know, can't waste the money. Either that or it simply becomes a habit to play. Well, that's also the sunk cost fallacy because you've invested not only money but time. So you don't want to lose all that time that you've spent. So it's kind of the same premise. It doesn't just apply to money. Cost can be materialized and or conceptualized, I guess, in many different ways. Let's see. So Yogi Bear with the 30. Play more Core Keeper on Steam. You already own it. All right, we'll see if it works, but I'm not making any promises. It's not the time to recommend PC games, but if it works, I can play a little bit, I guess. Core. Is it not C? Oh, there it is. Never mind. That was not the image I was looking for. And let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I just rubbed my Mark of Wolves cart on my balls. Hey man, whatever works. Thoughts on games that take tens of hours to learn to play? Get them the fuck away from me. That's my opinion on that. If I have to put in work to learn how to play a game, fuck right off. Like, I'm done with it already. You know, in the bin it goes. But yeah. I hate that shit, man. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking put in a full shift, multiple days, in order to learn how to play a game. Fuck that. I wouldn't even say a couple hours. If a game takes more than 30 minutes to grasp, like, the key mechanics of, it's just trash, bro. It's poorly designed. So, I don't want anything to do with that type of stuff. Like, yeah, I want to stare at Excel spreadsheets all day, and then when I finally get some free time, I want to hop on a video game that requires me to clock in for 10 fucking hours just to try and learn how to play it multiple days in a row? Hell nah. That sounds like literal hell. That sounds like literal fucking hell. Oh, I do hate Stalker. Yeah, I don't like Stalker. It's incredibly boring. Let's see. Assassinate Nostalgia with the 2. Yo, pause the 90s video play. The 90s video. Is this controller plugged in? I don't think I can use it. It's one of these. Close. There we go. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, I would never play League of Legends, so. There we go. Alright, I think now, yeah. Vendetta with the 2, plastic surgery lady from Gears. Ide is a guy, by the way. Nice. Very cool. What was the significance of that? Which character was that? I don't even remember the fucking controls for this. That's why it's a bad idea to not play stuff for like 8 months. I don't even know what this stuff is. Yeah, I have no clue what any of this stuff actually is, so this is gonna be kind of a disaster. Am I even opening the chest? I have no fucking clue how this works. Yeah, I haven't touched this in like, I think like 8 months or something. I don't remember what the date said, but I don't even remember the controls on this shit. I don't even know what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing. I guess that. I thought I expanded my house bigger than this. Okay, I did. There's just no torches yet. Griff, when you buy cards online, how do you know they're actually near mint? Well, with TCG Player, you can return cards if they're not the correct condition, so. But you just look at the pictures on eBay, and that's how you know. Play the Dew, I guess. I like Stardew Valley a lot, personally. Stardew Valley is really good. So there's no way to just like take all. Shit. Seriously? Oh, RTA. Oops, wrong A. The lady in the behind the scenes that you said wasn't a guy, but was plastic surgery and Botox, was a guy? Okay, whatever. Either way, it's still a total botch job. Holy frame drop. That's probably part of it, yeah. I mean, I pretty much spend all day looking at a screen of some sort, so yeah, it probably gets fatiguing after a while. Where are all... Oh, there we go. G Fuel doesn't taste... Yeah, if you don't drink it for a while and then go back to drinking it, you kind of have to get used to the taste again. You have to get reacquainted to the taste. You think physical Series X games will be expensive in a few years? Depends on the game, but in general, no, I think they'll be cheap. I think PS4 and PS5 games will be worth more, but maybe some like really short printed Xbox games. But the vast majority, no. I don't think they'll be expensive at all. Holy, man. The occasional frame drop. What does that do? Oh, you can fast travel. That's nice. I'm every woman's dream. Oh yeah, dude, definitely. For sure, bro. Well, it's because a lot of people didn't take care of their Pokemon games. They either threw them away, in some cases, gave them away, or, you know, they just no longer work. So... It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! No one took care of their cards. Well, Yu-Gi-Oh! Already is inherently hard to grade because the condition out of the pack is pretty rough. So, even if people did take care of their Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, you know, they already were not in a good condition. I have the money for what? You can easily date a beautiful porn star. Oh man. You know, that's what everybody just dreams of. Yeah, nah, I'm good. The Ralpha male couldn't hold her down. Yeah, the Ralpha male doesn't have a great track record with women as of late. Got so much shit, I don't even know what to do with it. Yeah, the Down syndrome shit, yeah. I think that's like one of the few cases where abortion is, you know, maybe the best option. So, I don't know, man. I wouldn't want it, you know, I wouldn't wish a disabled child on anybody. That shit is not the fucking LARP that, you know, the trad caths on Twitter make it out to be, where it's like, oh, dude, it's so heckin' wholesome. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, buddy. Yep, exactly. When you have a fucking 250-pound retard trying to rape your other child, then yeah. Tell me how blessed and, you know, Christ-pilled it is to have your, you know, downy son. Like, that's the part of all that shit that everybody loves to ignore. Like, everybody just thinks, you know, Down syndrome people are just, like, little fucking retarded toys, pretty much. Like, oh, Herder, he's just so cute and stupid. And it's like, no. They're not, like, they're, you know, prone to fits of rage. You know, they don't develop rational minds. You know, the term tard strength literally exists for a reason. I don't know, man. It's not this wonderful heckin', you know, God has blessed our family with a retard. It's like, no. That is not a blessing. That shit is not a blessing. Well, the thing is you don't even stop raising them when they're no longer a child. You have to raise them your entire life. So it's not just like a, oh yeah, once he turns 18, he can move out type thing. No. Once you're 80, you're going to be taking care of a 50-year-old man that acts like a 7-year-old. Like, that's a fucking life sentence, bro. That shit is not a, oh yeah, dude, it's so fun. Like, your life is pretty much over at that point. But yeah, I don't know, man. The astroturfing of, you know, the heckin' wholesome downy sun is just very, no pun intended, retarded. So. Oh, yeah, dude, autism and Down syndrome aren't even in the same, like... Yeah, no, there's, like, almost no comparison between the two. Yeah, Down syndrome is a completely different beast to being autistic. You know, most autistic people are just shy. Like, really, that's about it. Or maybe they're a little socially awkward, but they can still function and live a fairly normal life. Like, most Down syndrome people will never have a normal life. Never. No matter how much work or, you know, medicine or anything, nothing will fix it. It is incurable. So... Imagine trying to stop a 35-year-old man with adult strength from doing something nefarious every day. Yeah, and imagine doing that as a 70-year-old. Imagine having to physically restrain your 40-year-old retarded son as a, you know, old 70-year-old man. It's just, dude, even back in the day, like, I was looking into this a little bit because people were talking about it on Twitter. Even back in the day, bro, like, during the medieval period, you know, even back then when Christianity, you could say, was far more prominent in society, they still got rid of retarded kids. So, that's the ironic part. Is, like, even back in those days, they didn't keep the kid around. So, it's like, and that's not even an abortion. Like, that's just leaving the kid out to die. So, the abortion in that case is far more humane. No, they didn't sacrifice the retards. They would just leave them out. Like, basically they called it exposure back in those days. But you would just go out into the woods and, you know, 2 would go out and 1 would return. But yeah, I don't know, dude. There's a lot of fucking LARPers on the internet who have no fucking idea what they're talking about with that type of shit. And if they were put in the same situation, they probably would do the exact same thing too, so... I don't know, man. I am not of the belief where it's like, oh yeah, dude, like, you know... eugenics is evil. Like, no, eugenics is not evil. You can make eugenics evil. But I don't think there's anything wrong with prioritizing healthy, you know, beneficial members of society. I don't know, dude. So... God gonna put a curse on him that every kid he will have Down syndrome? That's another cope I saw too, where it's like, that child was still made in the image of God, and it's like, so you're saying God is a retard? Like, hold up. So you're saying God is a retard? Like, your words, not mine. No, it's like, it's just such a cope, bro. It's a defect. No one is supposed to be born that way. Like, just like if somebody's born with, like, fucking, you know, no limbs, you wouldn't go, they're made in the image of our Lord. Like, no, you fucking dumbass. It's a genetic defect. God wanted you to be an you know, a fucking, I don't even know, bro, immobile nugget for the rest of your life, you know? That's the way the Lord made you. You know, Jesus loves you. That's why he gave you no limbs. Or made you a fucking downy. Like, it's just such a cope, bro. It's such a fucking cope. And then all these same people be like, don't raise my taxes. It's like, okay, who the fuck do you think's paying for all these retards then? Because the parents are going to turn them over to the state if you force them to have them. So, yeah, there you go. Enjoy your increased taxes, you dumb fuck. Like, I don't know, man. It's just so ridiculous. It's just a LARP, man. It's just a LARP. So many of these based in Christ-pilled creators are just so fucking LARPy. And then you find out that all of them are, like, fucking each other at, you know, Turning Point USA events. Or, you know, cheating on their wives. They're on fucking Tinder and all this other shit, looking for dudes. Or Grindr, I guess, whatever. But yeah, it's like, just, it's a complete LARP, bro. It's just a LARP. Or they themselves had an abortion at some point, but then they found the Lord, so now no one else can have one. It's like, oh, okay, wait, so you could have one, and God can forgive you, but if anyone else has one, God can't forgive them? Interesting. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, it's one of those issues where I think the guy should have never actually, like, revealed online that he had an abortion or whatever. Like, you know, just keep that type of stuff private. Just say that there was a complication and, you know, the pregnancy is no longer, you know, a thing. I don't know. You can word it differently. But just say that there were complications and lost the baby. Done. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. Most people are not even equipped to take care of a normal child, much less a retarded one. And, you know, I don't think there's any shame in admitting that. Let's see. Vendetta with the 2 Oh wait, no, I read that. We're good. Let's see. Snuggler Oxman with the 2. Carmelo Anthony is cooked. Thank God. Rip Bozo. Yeah, fuck him, bro. That guy's fucking cucked dad. Holy shit, bro. I would rise from my grave if my fucking self-hating white lib father, like, tried to apologize to the family of the fucking groid that just put a knife in my neck. You know? My spirit would rise from the grave and wreak havoc on this world. Like, that shit's crazy, dude. What a fucking humiliation fetish. His cucked father. I want to pray with them. Fuck you, you worthless piece of shit. You should want to skin them alive. You spineless coward. Dude, that shit pissed me off so much. Yeah, this literal animal just stabbed your fucking son. Killed him at a fucking high school track meet, and you want to pray with the family. Fuck you. I don't know, bro. It's just, like, that's just a sickness. An absolute fucking sickness. When did this happen? I can see. Yeah, here you go. Let's see. Austin Metcalf killed in 2025 track meet. Deeply impacted his father, Jeff Metcalf, or however you say his name. Driven by his faith, Jeff publicly forgave the attacker and later attempted to attend a press conference held by the accused teen's family in Dallas with the intention of praying with them. What a fucking cock, dude. What an absolute fucking spineless cock. I don't want to be called racist. Even my son's life isn't worth being known as someone who doesn't like black people. What a joke, dude. What a spineless loser. Yeah, they bought cars, and I think they rented, like, an expensive house and other shit, so, yeah. The usual cycle. Easy come, easy go when it comes to money. I don't know, man. It's just, that shit's sickening. You know? Oh, man. There was a bunch of Americans in my hometown. I'm pretty sure Scotland's a pretty big tourist destination. So, most likely they were there on vacation. Yeah, that's the thing, man. I would say there's a very strong case to be made for just executing people instead of putting them in jail. But killing is bad, guys. Killing is immoral. But yeah, I agree. We should just, you know, execute. It's far more cost effective. That's for sure. Yeah, personally, the way I would do it is 3 felonies and you forfeit your life. Like, if you go through 3 separate trials and are found guilty in each of them, then you forfeit your life at that point. Like, at that point, bro, why are we even keeping you around? You're not ever gonna, like, actually change. Like, once is a mistake, maybe. Second, you know, okay, yeah, no, we're detecting a pattern. Third time, you know, you're not gonna reform. Goodbye. Society should not have to suffer your presence any longer. Like, normal people have to accommodate the criminal element. It should be the opposite. Whoa. What the hell was that? I don't know what the hell just happened there. Why am I playing this? Yogi Bear sent 20 bucks, I guess. What was it? I think. So I'd play for a little while. Well, we'll probably do videos shortly here because it's already 6 o'clock. +1 running. So many enemies in here. He was obviously playing Spyro because he was feeling nostalgic after the announcement today. I don't think it's gonna be too bad to get it. They're probably gonna mass produce it, man. It's gonna be like the Halo console, or you can get it for a while. Unless they limit it to a certain number of consoles like PlayStation did with the 500 million edition, but even then I don't know if they will do that. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I'll probably get Modern Warfare 4. I'm hoping it doesn't suck this time around, but after Black Ops 6, 7, and Modern Warfare 3, I don't have high hopes. So, we'll see. You know, I would love for it to actually be good, but... Well, Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3 are not even remotely similar, so... Not a great, comparison there. Yeah, I have like 1,200 hours in Modern Warfare 2. Let's see. Elijah Petty with the 2. Interesting how things improve with the new leadership. I think this is all still Phil hangovers, man. You know, things in the gaming industry don't change 6 months in. So, all of the stuff that they showed today was put into motion by the will of Phil. So, I wouldn't be too quick to proclaim victory on that front yet. So this is still the holdovers of the will of Phil currently. So we'll have to probably wait at least 2 or 3 years before we start seeing, you know, the actual output from, you know, non-will of Phil measures. Because Gears E-Day, you know, that game was in development under Phil Spencer. The Spyro game, Phil Spencer. You know, Clockwork Revolution, which looks like shit, by the way. Phil Spencer. Forza Horizon 6, Phil Spencer. Like, you know, none of this stuff is her projects. This is all his shit. So, people are way too quick to celebrate. I think the change up from E-Day... Yeah, but does that actually impact you? Who cares? Like, that does nothing. Okay, they're not releasing a game on one platform. Like, does that actually matter, though? No. That has no impact on me as a, you know, potential customer of said game. So, cool. Less people can buy it now. Wahoo. What an epic Fortnite victory royale. Like, that does nothing. And it's only because Gears 1 Remastered sold like absolute shit on PS5. So, if that game had sold better, they absolutely would have not done that. And if anything, you should want it to release on PS5 because Gears suffers from having a dying player base weeks after the game releases. So you should want as many people in that multiplayer as possible because it's going to turn into a sweat fest within 2 weeks like it always does on the modern Gears games. So... So, I don't know. Like, I don't really think that's the Fortnite victory royale that everybody thinks it is. Griff Gears has been dead for over a decade. Just let it have its final hoorah. I wish that wasn't the case, but, you know... It seems like I'm the only advocate for, you know, what once was a great video games these days. Everybody celebrates mediocrity. This damn dog. What are you doing? Why are you just pestering me, boy? I had my door cracked and he was like just peering through, like, are you gonna let me in? It's like, this dog knows how to open the door. You're just lazy. Yeah, exactly. They're putting Fable on PS5. No, it has everything to do with sales expectations. So, Gears is, like, literally, they came out today and said that live service games will remain multi-platform while smaller-scale single-player games will go exclusively to Xbox. Okay, well, Fable is a smaller-scale single-player game. Gears of War is a live service game. So shouldn't Gears be multiplat and Fable be exclusive? Like, again, it's the same mixed fucking messaging from Microsoft we always get. And this is why I don't understand why people are like, dude, it's changing, they fixed everything. Like, yeah, just, you know, hold those words because you're gonna look like a fool in 5 to 6 months' time. So, I would argue that Gears would be far more beneficial to have as a multi-plat compared to Fable. Fable is going to sell like shit regardless of what platforms it comes out on. But the problem is they've had Fable in development for over a decade now, so they need to make as much money back as possible. Oh no, Fable's not done, dude. It got delayed again, so... And I would be shocked if it even releases because the gameplay, air quotes, they've shown off is absolutely horrific. Yeah, I really don't think they know what the fuck they're doing. This is basically Phil Spencer 2.0. It's just mixed messaging, and nobody knows what they're actually doing at the end of the day. No, I'm not buying Campaign Evolved. Dude, that's such a ripoff. $50 for Halo 1's campaign? Fuck that, dude. Like... I'm not, like, that's just such a bad value proposition. You know what I can do? You know, for the whopping price of $10 on sale, you can buy all of the Halo campaigns. For $10, you can get Halo 1, 2, 3, 4, Reach, ODST. For the low, low price of $10. Like, yeah, I'm gonna pay 5 times that much for the worst Halo campaign of the original trilogy. Yeah, yes, please. No multiplayer either, so you can't even argue like, oh, well, it'll have an alive Halo multiplayer across multiple platforms. Nope, no multiplayer. So yeah, no interest. Absolutely none. Just a reminder that Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary launched on 360 for, I think, $40 back in the day and came with a multiplayer mode. So, you know, you're getting less content for $10 more. What, 15 years later? What a deal. What a deal. Plus, you also get Unreal Engine 5 stutter for that $50. Hey, man, it's a win no matter how you look at it, right? No matter how you look at it, it's a win. You know who wins? The gamers. It's $40? I don't think so. I saw the pre-orders at Best Buy for $50. Let's see, is it on Steam? Yeah, it's $50. So you can pay $50 or you can pay $70 to play it 5 days ahead of launch. Holy fuck, man. They're doing a pre-release version for fucking Halo 1. Yeah, pay $70 to play Halo 1 early. I can play Halo 1 right fucking now. Holy shit, man. Good lord. Yeah, that's like fucking criminal. That's actually fucking criminal, bro. What a sick joke. Yeah, guys, I gotta be the first one to play the Halo 1 campaign. Oh, wait. I'm 25 years too late. Oops. Yeah, dude, the Halo 1 campaign's not even that good. I wouldn't even pay $10 to play it again. So, yeah, I don't know, bro. That's a massive fucking L if you ask me. I will add this to my wish list. I'll get the premium edition of this. Yeah, I don't mind paying $5 or whatever, $30 to play the I guess Gears E-Day early, because I think you get DLC with this too anyway. Yeah, 4 seasons, blah blah blah, whatever. I don't fucking care. But yeah, I'll pay for early access to that, but not fucking Halo 1. Not Halo 1. I have no interest in that shit. I'm not buying a collector's edition. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get started, I guess. Holy audio quality. What the fuck? I mean, this is about what you envision when you think of like a retro game collector. Yeah, it is like those black pill salary man videos. This is when they get to let loose. Jesus. FBI with a 2. Let's see. Gears E-Day looks like a generational leap compared to Wolverine. It's quite embarrassing. Yeah, I really, that Wolverine game looks like absolute shit to me.
You're fucking poor!
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's like a competition of who can gargle the most cocks within an hour. But yeah, that Wolverine game looks like absolute slappa. I don't know. Graphical fidelity is really the last thing we should be dick sucking at this point. Like, most of it's not even really that differentiated anymore. You'd be hard pressed to actually find stuff to complain about graphically in a lot of these modern games.
Guys, so over the years, there's been a pretty popular rumor that has been spread by Napoleon haters. This is the rumor that the vertically challenged pre-fascist leader of all of Europe was some sort of sexual cuck, okay? This rumor has been further spread by the very historically accurate film director and creator of the Alien movie franchise, Ridley Scott, okay?
Terrible movies, by the way. Just want to throw that out.
Okay? In his movie Napoleon, Scott ends up portraying Napoleon as a cuck who abandoned his men in Egypt because he found out his wife was cheating on him. When questioned on the historical accuracy of this, Scott said this: "I have issues with historians. I ask, excuse me, mate, were you there? No. Well, shut the fuck up then." So we should definitely be getting our historical views from Ridley Scott, even though his entire movie is basically based on British propaganda. So Scott's narrative cannot be further from the truth. In fact, this video will argue the exact opposite, that Napoleon was not a cuck, but actually a womanizer.
Aliens is not good. There's nothing good about, run, an alien! Dude, that shit's so fucking retarded. Like, I'm sorry, bro. That's Goyim maxing. That's fucking Goyim maxing. You know exactly what's gonna fucking happen from the very offset of the movie. Oh no, dude, the alien's gonna pick people off one by one until one person's left who barely manages to kill the alien and escape. Oh wow, you know, we haven't seen this trope a million times before, but it's so cool, dude, because it's in space. Whoa. Like, yeah, no. Sorry. That's like literally NBA or Madden tier entertainment. Like, sorry. Nah. Terrible fucking movies. Yeah, it is girl boss slappa too, yeah. That is true as well. But, yeah, I don't know, dude. The Alien movies are incredibly fucking boring. They are barely a step above your shitty, you know, like, I guess, B-movie tier horror. So, if anything, B-movie horror is way more entertaining because it's funny. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I do not like the Alien movies. They put me to sleep pretty quick.
Napoleon cheated on his wife a lot. He would go on to have 22 mistresses in his marriage to Josephine, and we are going to focus on the most notable ones. We're not focusing in on the fucking one.
Well, yeah, dude, when you're the emperor, you get to fuck everybody's wife.
Fling time.
Or daughters.
Side chicks. I'm not 1804 TMZ, okay?
Gladiator was only good because Russell Crowe threatened to quit if he didn't change the script. You guys know that, right? Like, Russell Crowe was basically the director of Gladiator. Like, he threatened to quit constantly on Ridley Scott if he didn't change the script because he was ruining the movie. So Russell Crowe is the only reason Gladiator turned out as good as it did, because he would straight up refuse to film if Ridley Scott didn't change the script. So, yeah, it was a very different movie before Russell Crowe started putting his foot down.
So let's get straight into this. Like, subscribe, comment, and let's do it, all right? So young Napoleon Bonaparte was only what we could call an insecure chud, okay? He was thin and pale. He
was
had very long hair during the revolutionary years. He had a distinct Corsican Italian accent that many of the high society French people mocked. Not especially physically impressive. He was like skinny as fuck, okay? And all he did was read books all day and keep himself isolated in his room. So he basically looked like this fucking guy, okay? So it should come to a surprise to anyone that he was not getting much play. That is, until he lost his virginity to a prostitute. Yes, the man that would come to have an entire era named after him lost his virginity to the equivalent of an 1801 GTA 5 stripper, okay? So his first fiance, however, like obviously, you know, he doesn't marry the prostitute. He ends up getting a fiance. His first fiance was a woman named Desiree Clary, whom looked to be suffering from fetal alcohol syndrome. Clary's family were silk merchants that were already rich as fuck.
Well, if they're French, then yeah. The French don't believe in not drinking during pregnancy.
And Joseph Bonaparte, who was Napoleon's brother, was already engaged to Desiree Clary's sister. Clary went on and lived with her sister and Joseph in Paris, and that's where she met Napoleon. Now, have you remember at this point, Napoleon looks like Tyler Robinson, okay? He doesn't look like the fucking Emperor of France yet. So why she was attracted to him, I have no idea. She quickly becomes engaged to him, and things are going pretty well. They get along pretty well. That is until the young officer Napoleon meets Joseph de Beauharnais through a guy named Paul Barras. Now, it is important to note that Josephine at this time did not go by the name Josephine. She actually went by the name Rose, which is kind of weird that Napoleon was able to just completely rename this woman, but I digress, all right? Josephine's first husband got guillotined during the Reign of Terror, and she spent a lot of time in prison where she basically gained like 10,000 aura because like everyone got out of prison at the end of the Reign of Terror, everyone wanted to hear about the prison stories, man. Where'd you get that tattoo at, Josephine, right? So everyone wanted to hear the prison stories of Josephine. She was already a royal before, and she's got a lot of clout. This is where Napoleon meets Josephine and immediately gets the hots for her. However, this is pretty scandalous for multiple reasons. The first reason being, he is already engaged to Desiree Clary. The second reason, Josephine is 7 years older than him. The third reason, she had already been married before, and she had multiple children. You gotta remember, Napoleon was like a young officer at this point, so he's like basically trying to get with like a fucking cougar. And the fourth reason, for lack of a better term, was Josephine had basically just been ran through by the entire French court at this point. In fact, the guy that introduced him, Paul Barras, was actually cracking her first, but was just trying to get rid of her. To quote Paul Barras, he says, "I was long since tired of..."
Yeah, it wasn't a marriage of love, as you would say. It was more so a marriage of convenience.
Her and bored with her. So a large majority of French society at the time was already cracking Josephine, and she had a pretty bad reputation. One of Josephine's friends was literally nicknamed government property from the amount of people in the government that she had slept with. And Josephine was known to do something in bed called zigzags, which we have no idea what that could possibly entail, but multiple people remember them enough to write it down. They never wrote down what the zigzags actually were, but they did all mention that she could do something called zigzags in bed. So yeah, naturally Napoleon calls off his engagement with Desiree Claire and begins cheating on her with Josephine. Genius move. And him and Josephine had a very, very toxic relationship. They would get into these giant arguments because Napoleon would basically ask Josephine to marry him and she would say no. And the other issue is that she would just spend money like it was nobody's fucking business. When she eventually became the Empress of France, she would spend more money on dresses than Marie Antoinette, who was basically the LeBron James of spending money on dresses, okay? Napoleon had basically been climbing the social ladder of society, and at this point he was basically the forceful hand of the Directory. He did this thing where he kind of massacred an entire group of people at the hands of the Directory, and so they trusted him a lot, right? Josephine starts to fan his ego because she needs a husband. She needs to be able to spend the money, and she needs security. Napoleon wants the social connections in society, and so they end up deciding to get married. The only issue is that Napoleon liked Josephine a lot more than she liked him at this point, all right? Like the Reddit chud that Napoleon is, as soon as they get married, he ends up going off and doing his first military campaign in Italy. And this is where the cuck narrative begins, because Napoleon basically starts doing the equivalent of spamming 100 Snapchats in a row. Josephine's leaving them on fucking delivered. And he starts sending these crazily obsessed letters to Josephine. And when Josephine does reply, she just does the equivalent of sending the letter K. So when Napoleon's writing these letters, Josephine is getting her back blown out by this other guy named Hippolyte Charles. This guy seems to be like a real fucking dickhead from what real people that knew him said. One woman that knew him pretty well said, "Charles is a little shrimp of a man whose only advantage was his good figure and possessed the elegance of a wig maker's boy." Whatever that means, bro. So while Josephine's getting her back blown out, Napoleon's trying to get her to join him in Italy because he's conquering all of Italy. He wants his wife to be with him, but she keeps leaving him undelivered. And it's at this point where he keeps sending so many letters to her to come join me, come join me, come join me. Josephine lies about being pregnant, and Napoleon starts to get happy. It's like she thought that Napoleon would be like, "Oh wait, never mind, you gotta stay over there." But he sees the exact opposite. She finds out that Josephine's pregnant, and he starts going, "No, now you really got to come up, you really got to come say hi to me now." She's trying to get out of joining Napoleon in Italy because of Hippolyte Charles. She's getting her back blown out by this fucking guy, right? So she ends up being forced by Napoleon's brother Joseph to leave Paris and come join her husband. And guess who she brings with her? That is right, she brings her fucking lover with her to Italy. The nerve on this bitch, huh? So now basically everybody except Napoleon knew about this affair, including his own brother, Joseph Bonaparte, because Joseph does not end up telling Napoleon about the affair, even though he knows about it, because he's in the middle of doing his campaign. And so he doesn't want to stress him out in the middle of his campaign. Hey, now you gotta worry about your bitch shitting on you, right? So, so much for bro code, huh? It seems like when Napoleon and Josephine were together in person, their relationship was great. But the moment that they were away with each other, went away from each other, Josephine basically just started piping Hippolyte Charles, right? And so Napoleon's doing all of his foreign conduct in France. He's going around the country, conquering cities, talking to diplomats. And Josephine's basically just on vacation with her husband at this point, right? And she was so enamored with Hippolyte Charles at this point, she has had to have wrote him a letter saying, "Yes, my Hippolyte, the Bonaparte brothers have my complete hatred. You alone have my tenderness and love. Hippolyte, I shall kill myself. Yes, I wish to end a life that henceforth would only be a burden if it cannot be devoted to you." Now listen, if my wife was talking to another man that way, let's just say I'm about to make O.J. Simpson look like Ian Gary, bro, all right? So soon, Napoleon conquered all of Italy, and it was time for his Egypt campaign. Obviously, I'm just kind of glossing over a lot of shit that happened, but for simplicity's sake, this is what happened. There were a lot of rumors of Josephine cheating at this point, but when he confronted her, she denied it, and he ended up believing her.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro. No matter what time period in history you look at, women are the problem.
However, once he got to Egypt, one of Napoleon's officers ended up showing him a letter that was, from one of his, pretty sure it was his wife sent him the letter. And basically the letter was like, "Yeah, your wife's getting railed by Hippolyte Charles." And yeah, not only was that the talk of the town that his wife was getting railed, everybody knew about it except for him. The entire city of Paris was talking about it. Napoleon had a giant fucking crash out. And to make matters worse, the British intercept another letter to his brother, Joseph, and end up writing another giant article about him, about how he's a cuck. Now, unlike what Ridley Scott portrays in his movie, about Napoleon being a complete fucking loser and just immediately returning to France upon the news of this cheating. Napoleon ends up getting himself a new side piece, a woman named Pauline Forez, right? And this woman was actually the wife of one of his lieutenants, okay? And let's just say this shit gets pretty crazy. Within days of spotting Pauline, they were already having an affair. And the relationship was pretty funny because Napoleon takes her husband and sends him on an important dispatch to Paris, which is usually like a 3-month round trip. And he ends up leaving his wife in Egypt because he thinks it's going to be a trip and then he's going to come back, right? But his ship gets intercepted by a British ship and gets sent back to Egypt. So instead of being away for 3 months, he ends up coming back and his wife is literally like completely naked in Napoleon's bed, and he's calling her his Cleopatra because he's the fucking leader of Egypt, okay? And so obviously the husband gets really mad and ends up getting a horsewhip and beating her, okay? But whatever, they end up getting divorced, and throughout the entire Cairo trip, Pauline was very like on the hip of Napoleon the entire trip. Napoleon was trying to make Josephine very jealous, and he was also trying to kind of like break the cuck narrative that had been built about him. And he does it very successfully because all of his officers kind of respect him. Like, oh, your bitch wife's going to cheat on you. Might as well cheat on her back, right? So when the Egypt campaign is over, Napoleon intended to divorce Josephine the moment he gets back.
There's a reason why, even till this day, you're not allowed to have paternity tests in France. So the French have made paternity tests illegal unless by court order. You know, this is just their culture.
He actually ends up writing a letter to his brother Joseph to say, please try to arrange me a country dwelling for when I arrive, either near Paris or in Burgundy. I intend to confine myself there for winter. I am so tired of human nature. I need solitude and isolation. Grandeur has harmed me. My feelings have dried up. And so, yeah, he's basically just being the fucking equivalent of a 14-year-old emo boy when he's texting his brother. Not texting, writing a letter. But he comes home, and Josephine had actually made an attempt to end her affair with Hippolyte Charles. Even though she tried to break it off with him, she continued writing him like various sleazy letters, and eventually Hippolyte Charles is the one that has to break off the relationship. Basically, when Napoleon returns from Egypt, Josephine actually kind of realizes what she has. You know, he's not the risless Reddit chud that she first married. This motherfucker conquered Italy and Egypt and was one of the most popular men in the entire French Empire at this point. So for Napoleon, it had been 16 months since he first learned about Josephine cheating, so much of his anger was already like dispelled, and he had, he's been piping the Pauline lady for the past 16 months, and the divorce might actually damage him politically. So he ends up, trying to go and visit Josephine and talk about it. But when he gets to her cottage, because she actually moved out into the country, because so many people were talking about her being a thought at this point, she had to move out into the country. So when he gets to her house out in the country, she's not there because she actually tried to meet him on the road. Like, she wanted to try to intercept him and meet him on the road and like really apologize, but she ended up taking the wrong route. So he gets to the house and she's not there. So at this point, he thinks that she's off with the Hippolyte Charles guy and it's completely left him. So he starts taking all of her shit and throwing it outside, and they end up having this giant fucking fight. And then they end up fucking making up in the most toxic relationship of all time. And so, yeah, at this point, Napoleon completely forgives Josephine. Josephine forgives Napoleon for what he did, and they live a happily ever after, and they're always faithful to each other, right? Well, no, not really at all. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite, actually. So throughout his marriage to Josephine, Napoleon cheats on her with over 22 different women. And by the time that Napoleon comes back from Egypt, the crybaby sip Napoleon is dead. Like, the Napoleon that we see in the fucking Ridley Scott Napoleon movie is no more. The Napoleon that we have now is basically the political master of Europe, okay? And so Josephine's affair basically creates a colder, he gains 10,000 aura, right? And so immediately Napoleon starts banging all the fine shits in the French Empire. The first fine shit is a woman named Giuseppe Grassini, and she was one of the most famous opera singers in all of Europe. She was known not just for her voice, but for her beauty, her high profile, other relationships that she'd been in. And Napoleon basically went and saw a play and was like, yo, let me crack that thing. So he ends up cracking that thing. And the funniest part about this whole affair is that the Duke of Wellington also ends up cracking her in the future. So the funniest part about the whole incident is that Napoleon and the Duke of Wellington are actually Eskimo bros through this lady, right? And so then the next one is a woman named Marguerite Georges, right? And she becomes like Napoleon's actress side quest. She's one of the most famous stage actresses in all of France. And Napoleon watched her movie and was like, yo, I need to add her to the imperial roster, man. This was not some love story. He literally was just like, yo, come back and crack. Like, let me crack. So he ends up doing her. And it's crazy. She also sleeps with the Duke of Wellington. So now they're double Eskimo bros, if that's a real thing. And yeah, I don't know what's up with the Duke of Wellington trying to pipe all of Napoleon's exes, but she actually ends up writing a memoir about all of the sex lives that she had with all the famous people she was with. And she is to have said Napoleon for lack of a better term, comes very fast. What is this fucking video? What am I doing with my life?
Efficiency,
The next
man.
one of Napoleon's side bitches was going to be a woman named Caroline Brachot. She's another famous
You know, I can respect that. Time is money, and Napoleon's not a fan of wasting either.
opera singer. We know Napoleon really, really just loves the opera. He literally, like, his method is literally just like, hey, bring her to the back. He brings her to the back. Once again, it's kind of like a one-time thing, but she is also a famous opera singer. And the next person on Napoleon's roster was a woman named Eleanor Denelais. And this is not just a random side bitch, not this one, because this is actually terrible for Josephine. Because Eleanor was one of Napoleon's sister's friends, and Napoleon ends up like actually kind of liking her a little bit, ends up having a kid with her. And it's at this point where Napoleon's just basically like, yo, Josephine, why are you infertile? Why can't you have any kids? Why don't you have any children, right? But now he knows that he is no longer the issue with having kids. He knows it's Josephine now. And he knows that he can have children and Josephine cannot. And so that's it's a pretty bad thing. It's a pretty bad deal for Josephine when she's the Empress of Europe and she's basically expected to bear children at this point when Napoleon needs a kid to like create political stability, right? And so the next woman in his life is a woman named Marie Walewska. Marie is like 20 at this age. She's married to some guy that's like 73 years old. And when Napoleon entered Europe, like he kind of took a liking to her, and all of these Polish elites were like, hey, could you go have sex with Napoleon so that Poland can be a country? And so she basically has to go hook up with Napoleon so that Poland can be a country again. But they end up liking each other. When he gets exiled, this woman actually comes and visits him, spends some time with him. So this, he was in Poland for a long time, doing a lot of political stuff. And this was his main, like, he didn't really have that many other side women when he was in Poland. This was his main side chick when he got a side chick for every country, apparently, So what do? They end up having another kid. She gives birth to a kid named Alexandre Walowiski. And now Napoleon's like, yeah, I can just pump out as many kids as I want. So now he's got 2 bastards at this point. I'm pretty sure he has bastards with some of the other ones as well. He's not pulling out. He's not pulling out at all. And Josephine's basically sitting there like a fucking Wi-Fi symbol with 0 bars, bro. It's like, it's basically like a mystery box in Black Ops 2. And you end up getting the fucking pistols instead of the ray gun. That's what Josephine is. So Josephine knows that she's cooked at this point. And it's pretty funny because when he first got to Warsaw, he invited Josephine to come join him. And then when he meets this Marie Walowiska woman, he immediately is like, nah, I think you should actually just stay over there. And she's like, actually, I really want to come. And he's like, nah, just stay over there in France. I'll be back in, 7 months or whatever. But, yeah. So now Napoleon realizes that Josephine is infertile and you got to keep the royal bloodline alive or whatever. So he divorces Josephine and begins looking for a new hus. The woman that he ends up choosing is Marie Louise, who was an Austrian princess born in 1791, the daughter of Emperor Francis of Austria, who was one of Napoleon's greatest enemies turned allies after his defeat, right? You could choose any woman in the entire, in all of Europe. And he ends up choosing this girl, Marie Louise. Now, what does Marie Louise think of Napoleon? Marie Louise is quoted to have saying, I believe Napoleon Bonaparte to be the Antichrist himself embodied. And apparently as a child, she had played with a ferocious effigy of him in her nursery. And at 14 and 18, she had been forced to leave her home because of his armies. This is not the greatest start to a relationship. They actually ended up getting along pretty well, and he actually did not cheat on her throughout their entire 5-year relationship. They had a very happy marriage. They had Napoleon II, and then, as we all know, Waterloo happens, and Marie Louise would end up cheating on Napoleon. Because it's like she was an Austrian first before she was Napoleon's wife. The Austrians were like, you need to come back on our side. You're not with him anymore. And so she obviously is going to choose her entire family rather than the forced marriage of Napoleon. She ends up taking Napoleon II and ends up having sex with this Patchy the pirate looking motherfucker. And so, yeah, that is all of Napoleon's side bitches. Josephine would end up dying. Napoleon actually ended up being pretty upset and he ended up blaming Marie Louise for his downfall because he kind of like during Waterloo, he assumed Austria would be on his side because he was married to Marie, but they end up switching up. And so he was basically like, man, if I just stay with my first, he starts having post-nut clarity. He's like, if I just stay with Josephine instead of being so focused on getting a kid, then yeah. But that will do it for the video. I hope this could kind of break this narrative that, the British propagandists have spread. Glory to Napoleon, bow up the fucking salutes to Napoleon. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. I'll catch you guys in the next video. And if you like Tony Has History, please subscribe, new channel, and thank you guys so much. I'll catch you guys next one. Peace.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the, Zoomer Ebonics and shit, but I don't know. It wasn't that bad. Yeah, most of the shit surrounding Napoleon is British propaganda. Again, the victor is the one who gets to tell the story, right? So, yeah, but the whole narrative that he was short or whatever is literally British propaganda. He was literally average height for his time, so.
This is the Autobahn. You may already know it from these crazy videos of people driving supercars down this road, but it isn't as jolly and fun as it may look. Now, it is true that you can drive as fast as your car can down the Autobahn. You see, there is a certain part of the Autobahn with no speed limit and certain with a speed limit. So this means that if you own an Audi RS6, you could theoretically go up to
Mars,
250
dude, that's right.
kilometers per hour, which is 155.3 miles per hour. But this kind of speed isn't for everyone, because you might get in a fatal crash just like an unfortunate man on the 27th of February 2019. He was driving an Audi
Well, shit, if you have to go that far back to worry about it, then I don't really think it's that big a deal.
RS6 on the Autobahn at night at apparently 300 kilometers per hour when a semi-truck went on the same lane as his without checking his rear view mirrors, which made the car go up flying in the air and then crashing into a concrete pole, wrapping the car around it. But this doesn't mean you shouldn't drive on the road. You can still see some supercars driving by like they're meant to. And one thing you shouldn't do is protest in the middle of the Autobahn. Because, yeah,
Hopefully they do get killed.
you might get run over at an insane speed. Now, when
Let's hope
terrible
they do.
accidents like this happen, it might seem stupid to not put a speed limit, but it is actually for that reason that there isn't one. You see, what I mean by that is that Germany has one of the lowest death rates from traffic accidents, and it is one of the lowest in the world, with 3.7 deaths per 100,000 people. And to compare that to the US, it is 70% more than Germany. But talking about Germany, let's go back around 90 years ago. Okay, maybe not this music. Yeah, perfect. So what I was saying is that most people think that the construction was directed by, this guy that I have for an obvious reason to blur. But this isn't true. The first segment began in 1929 and was dedicated by Mayor Konrad Adenauer of Cologne on August 6, 1932. But when Adenauer got power as Chancellor of the Third Reich in 1933, he took the program over, claiming it for his own. So it wasn't actually built by Hitler. Now that you know all this, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't, for any reason, drive on the Autobahn. It is still fun to see cool cars driving by. Just be careful and drive safely. If you want to watch my other videos, you can click here or here. Comment down below if you think they should add a speed limit.
Hell no. Speed limits are gay. We should just ban women from driving, and then it wouldn't be a problem. It's just that easy. YouTube needs to ban this AI slut. I agree. They should. AI voice detected, video removed. So, yeah. That shit would be like 9/11 for India. Alright, I think that's everything. Alright, so we'll check out. So I'm sure there's at least one. He doesn't believe them. That was so bad. Oh, God.
Hey there, gamers.
Let's see. Send this pony to the glue factory. Brutal, man.
Yes, guy here. Today we're talking about the Xbox Showcase because I just finished watching it and it was bad, very bad. There were a couple of games that were good, but this is the thing, right? Is that I feel like Xbox is in such an odd spot. This is now 100 days after the firing of Phil Spencer, the firing of Sarah Bond. This is the new leadership. This is their chance to talk about why Team Green is finally going to catch up. Now, they claimed there's going to be exclusives here. The 2 exclusives they showed, I just don't really think you're going to be that big of a system seller. But let's break it down, because I'll be honest, whenever I rate these showcases, I rate them as watchability and hype. How many games did I see that make me want to buy them? How many games really blew my mind? But also, how fun is it to just sit down and view it as just a fun viewer experience? This was filled with live service slop, basically commercials for crap, 18 updates for like every other Xbox game. Hey, there's a new season of Sea of Thieves. Oh, there's another update to Flight Simulator. This thing was so bad. Literally, I am actually aghast. But let's go through the goods and the bads. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, if it seems like I'm frustrated, I'll be honest, I went into this with very high expectations. There has been some very good Xbox showcases in the past. In fact, I think sometimes they surprise me the most out of anybody. And also, we just had a very bad state of play, so I feel like this was their chance to kind of hit back at Team Blue, and they blew it. Now, Asa Sharma's...
But yet he enjoyed the Sony one. Good lord, man. Yeah. It's pretty sad at this point. It's pretty sad. You know, he was more than happy to shell out $80 for that shitty-ass new God of War game, but, you know. I mean, that's really all you need to hear. You know, he railed on fucking Mario Kart for how many months for being $80? And then all of a sudden he lets it slip that, you know, I'd be so happy to pay $80 for God of War. It's like, oh, what I thought $80 for games was just too expensive. You know, it's a line in the sand we shouldn't cross, but when it's my heckin' Sony game, then, you know, it's A-okay, right?
Been doing all these quotes lately saying, oh, my #1 goal is to make Xbox the best place for entertainment. By 2030, she believes she can beat PlayStation and Nintendo in just 4 years. Man, that sure sounds great.
Good luck.
She's also meeting with some of the biggest fanboys, obviously.
All right, that was a good one, Dreamcast guy. I got a chuckle.
This is Jez Corden here. A lot of people...
One of the biggest.
In the comments saying, wow, it's bullying to post pictures of it. Anyways, but here's the thing, right?
Brutal, man.
I hate...
Yeah, that's jazz.
The fact that every Xbox showcase, if they say, hey, the whole thing...
on that tweet, which is brutal, man.
You can see national parks. Oh, look, Elder Scrolls Online getting another expansion.
Am I bigger than him? You're goddamn right.
Oh, look, what do we have here? Age of Empires, another expansion. Oh, there's Doom, another expansion. I just feel like
I'm the biggest Doom fanboy. Ugh, another expansion for Doom? We haven't gotten an expansion for Doom, you fucking retard. You know, this guy is he's such a fucking skinwalker, bro. Like, he's the biggest fan of every franchise until all of a sudden he's not. This dude soyed the fuck out for Doom back in the day. He goes to QuakeCon every year. Like, this guy is such a fucking skinwalker, bro. He, like, puts on the fanboy suit of whatever IP is popular at the moment and then just lives in that suit for, like, a few weeks to milk as much money or, you know, faux interest out of a topic as possible.
Xbox is in this weird spot where they just don't understand how to bolster their actual reveals. Oh, God. I'm actually getting frustrated. Okay, so let's get into the one thing that I feel like is actually interesting. I'm a big Gears of War fan. I think Gears of War, probably the best of all the things that Xbox has invented. I think Halo's...
I agree. Gears is better than Halo.
Better in a lot of ways, but to me, Gears of War, I've always loved...
Halo has a better multiplayer. Gears has a better complete package.
The grittiness of that world, the bleakness, post-apocalyptic nature, and
like the campaign of Gears of War 1, 2, and 3 absolutely mogs the shit out of Halo 1, 2, and 3. And I don't even think you can be honest and say that that's not the case.
The whole event that kicks off the Gears of War storyline is a thing called E-Day, Emergence Day, where suddenly these mysterious creatures, the grubs, burst up out of underneath every single city and just slaughtered 99% of the population instantly. And everybody's always kind of wanted to see it. They did a big reveal showing E-Day. This is the game, obviously, and it's cool that it has almost a survival horror flavor to it. Now, this was, by all leaks, all rumors, it was going to come to PlayStation 5. In fact, there's even store listings at Walmart where you could apparently pre-order it. It turns out they've canceled it last minute, and they said this: Gears of War E-Day is an Xbox console exclusive, confirmed. Except it's kind of not. It's still coming to Steam. So I guess it's a console exclusive in the fact that it's the only console it's going to be on, but they're even going a step further. Aaron Greenberg immediately posted a statement saying this is not a timed exclusive. This is a full console exclusive. Now, Xbox loves to lie. I mean, they love it. I mean,
I don't think they're going to put it on PS5. Like, there's not really a reason to. Because Gears 1 Remastered sold so poorly on PS5 that they're not really going to miss out on many potential sales.
Of Phil Spencer's, oh, there's just 4 games are coming to PlayStation. Obviously, these people will say whatever it takes to sell that next game. But let's say, hypothetically, this is a console exclusive, right? This, to me, is what they need to be doing more of. Can we just be brutally honest for a second here? I do feel like PlayStation has gotten so incredibly lazy. PlayStation lets everybody else sell games. PlayStation has made $20 billion just in profit in the last 5 years, and they're not putting out any games. I think they need someone to rattle the cages. They need someone in here to say, here's our great games. Here's our cool stuff, right? Gears of War E-Day is honestly looking spectacular. I'm definitely going to be playing that. This is the kind of stuff that I think does sell Xboxes, but there's going to be way more people playing it on PC. People are going to buy it on Steam. There's just not enough Xbox out there. I think it's cool this is skipping PlayStation because it will provide some competition, but they only showed one that were exclusive, and it's Clockwork Revolution. But let's keep going through this, right? Oh, yeah, another look at Fable. Oh, yeah, what's that coming to? Oh, is this a little PlayStation 5 logo down at the bottom? I'll be honest, I think that Fable is fine. I think this idea, this new
Fable does not look good, man. Fable looks worse every single time they show it. So, I have zero desire to play Fable, personally. But, you know, maybe it'll surprise everyone.
Trailer showed the villain of it for the first time, and she is a hero gone bad. She's somebody that has way more power than the heroes of Albion, but she doesn't like that they're, I don't know, goofy, quirk, chungus, cringe lords. She thinks that...
So she's the unironic hero. Got it.
It's like heroes of the land of Albion should be...
She wants to kill all the quirk chunguses? That's my type of woman.
Serious and very gritty and dark. So you're kind of going against like an old school hero as a new school hero. I guess that's an
kill all quirk chunguses, dude. Honestly, the world would be a better place if we got rid of the millennial malaise of quirk chungus shit.
Interesting idea. We'll see how it plays out. I feel like I just want to play Fable. I've liked all the last Fable games. This one, though, something about it seems a bit off. I gotta say, of all the trailers we saw today, this is probably the one that I think was the most fun to watch.
Whoever pointed out that, you know, this dude's voice sounds like Uncle Ruckus, like, that was spot on.
Halo Combat Evolved coming out July 28th. They said it's actually going to have completely new 3 entirely new missions. Now, the original Halo, still my favorite Halo of all time. Combat Evolved, this remake graphically looks insane, but this is the thing. If you read the Halo books, then they made that jump that led them to the original ring. That was kind of an accident. That there was a protocol that if you were getting pursued by the Covenant, you did not jump straight to Earth. That basically, they were terrified of the Covenant finding and destroying Earth. So the policy was that if you're getting chased, jump to at least 3 random directions first. And when they made that random jump, they ended up at the ring that kicks off the original events. And it seems like we're going to actually see those missions that lead up to that original panic jump. Now, as a Halo lore nerd, I think that's pretty cool. Honestly, this coming out July 28th, that's wild. This coming out, in 6 weeks from today? That's really, really cool to me. I am going to be playing this on PlayStation.
It's already been announced for, like, what, 8 to 10 months? How long ago was this announced? I feel like a pretty long time ago. Chugga Shaka Gaming with the 3, but Griffin, you are a quirk chungus and diabetic. Sure, whatever you say.
5, absolutely, baby. But next up, okay, I love the Persona series. Persona 5 obviously has sold like 80 billion copies and been around for 11 years. Persona 4 is still my first Persona and still my favorite Persona. This remake looks so faithful. It's trippy how much they managed to
Dude, I saw the comparison screenshots of Persona 4 Revival versus the original. Dude, they absolutely fucking butchered the art style. It looks so generic by comparison. Like, cue another Soul versus Soulless video in the making. Like, it's actually really bad.
All the character models, all the graphics and stuff, while keeping like the original tone spectacularly intact. This is
They really didn't, but, you know.
one of the reveals.
I'm not even a Persona enjoyer, and I could tell, like, yeah, it's a massive change.
I think looked the best. I mean, I cannot believe how well this free, to be honest. I just hated State of Decay 2 so much, man. I don't know, man. Anytime you have a game where it's just like 80% of it's walking through empty fields looking for scrap nails.
Oh, shut the fuck up, bro. But yeah, talking to your fucking dorky ass son and rowing in a paddle boat is great, right? Okay, bro. Yeah. Again, miss me with that shit, bro. He shills for fucking, you know, God of Snore and all the other Sony walking simulators, but walking through a field and looting's a problem. Got it.
And stuff. I know that's a very addictive game type to a lot of people, but to me, I could not possibly care less. So, State of Decay 3, hey, congratulations to the 65 people that love State of Decay 2. Guess what? You get even more empty fields to wander through. Metro 2039, another February release date. A lot of people have been joking about the fact that it does seem like if you're going to try and release...
Hold on a second. Yeah, this is what I was talking... This is one of the ones I saw. Like, look at that. So, see there? This is the old one. That's the new one. Like, that is completely different, man. You know, obviously this is lower resolution. Duh. It's the original game. But, like, they completely butchered the look of it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with they, perfectly captured the look of the original game. So it has like this weird blue filter over top of it, I guess. But yeah, it looks completely different.
something, your options are release it in September or release it next year, because obviously we're about to have the thermonuclear bomb that is GTA 6. When GTA 6 drops, not only is that going to sell every other game under the floor, it's going to absorb all the media attention, every headline, every YouTube search result. So people kind of realize this holiday, you can't really drop that typical November release. A lot of people like to do that like Black Friday release date, and it just can't be done. So I think that a lot of these games dropping in February are probably games that are originally going to be like October releases. Honestly, as a Metro fan, this one looks fantastic. It looks like, it's hard to say darker because the games are already incredibly dark, but Metro 2039 does somehow look even more bleak in the best way possible. Give me new monsters, give me new radiation, give me new mutants, right? Okay, next up. Another Senua game. I have to admit, this was a big surprise. They did not even advertise Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2, as decent as that game was, I guess, I gave it a 6 out of 10. I beat it in like, what, 4 hours? That game was like pretty much an interactive movie. That game felt like it sold like...
An interactive movie, huh? What other games out there are pretty much interactive movies, I wonder?
Nothing. It seemed like, honestly, I was actually terrified they were going to shut down Ninja Theory, but apparently it made enough money to...
This is exactly what I was terrified of, is that they'd make another one of these shitty-ass games.
finish the trilogy. Again, I think these games are conceptually beautiful. They're fun in their own way, but I guess I just still don't fully understand how much they cost, right? I'm excited for Senua in an idea. Again, it is weird to think about these games that were used to advertise the power of the Xbox Series X, and now their day and date launches on the PlayStation 5. Very, very, very odd how much this series that once was so unique. I mean, it started as a PlayStation 4 exclusive. It gets bought by Microsoft. It becomes one of the biggest like graphics pushers of the Xbox, and now it loops back around to becoming like one of the premier graphics pushers on the PlayStation 5. Very odd. A new Crazy Taxi. The trailer had the original Offspring soundtrack that some people love, some people love to hate. Crazy Taxi coming back, and they did say that it is going to take place in more than just LA this time. I want to see a lot more of it. Honestly, I want to play it. Yes, count me in for a lot more Crazy Taxi, right? Now, here's a reveal that I thought would be extremely excited, and it ends up being incredibly disappointing. Persona 6. This is it. It's literally just, here's a picture of a grave. Here's some nice little logos. That's it. Literally nothing else. No release date, no talk, no anything. Just literally, here's Persona 6 as a logo. Logo reveals feels so 2014 to me, right? It just feels like we're so beyond this era. At least show us a character's face, show us a line, have something like kept you waiting, huh? Something. It is so ridiculous to me that Persona 6 is finally revealed after over a decade of waiting. And what do we get? A logo. Like, if you're going to do such a big trailer for Persona 4, why not do something equally big for Persona 6? It almost just feels like... My annoyance is the fact that if you're going to do a teaser like this, why do you waste so much time on these live service games, right? Why do we have a full-blown trailer for, like...
Because Microsoft isn't making Persona 6, Dreamcast guy. You know, it's up to Atlas how long their trailer is, not Microsoft. Chagasha Gaming with the 3. Aerith is a quirk Chungus in Remake and Rebirth. That's great, man. Again, I would just like to point out the fact that not a single soul in this chat, in the video we're watching, or me myself, was talking about Final Fantasy and or Aerith, and yet you have taken it upon yourself once again to bring up said topic. So, you know, just let the record stand that literally no one was talking about that whatsoever until you interjected that into the conversation. So, I don't know, man. It's not looking good. And also with the 3, what person under 30 knows what Crazy Taxi is? Me. I would say a lot of people my age and younger do, because the arcade machines were still a thing. So, yeah, I would say probably under 24 maybe wouldn't know, but I don't know, maybe there's a few. But the arcade machines for Crazy Taxi were still a thing for a lot of movie theaters and stuff when I was growing up. So,
where wins meet. How is there just such bad pacing to this showcase when the big reveals are like a logo and then the tiny games get like a 20-minute deep dive? Oh, Age of Empires, Raiders of the North. It feels like just such a skewed dynamic that to me absolutely makes no sense whatsoever. Oh, look, Call of Duty is getting a new extraction mode. Oh, man. Oh, that's so fantastic. Oh, Clockwork Revolution. Like, even if these games are good, even if the new Call of Duty is better than that dog crap last Call of Duty, I guess I'm open-minded to an extraction shooter. It just feels like, again, I don't get it. I just don't understand why you would make these so boring. I mean, these are straight up boring in a lot of ways. Clockwork Revolution looks good, coming out 2027. Again, a console exclusive for now.
You've never heard of Crazy Taxi? Well, that's because all you talk about is Final Fantasy and Aerith, bro. You need to expand your horizons.
The idea of a steampunk time travel-y adventure, first-person shooter, I'm definitely down for it. It feels very, very Dishonored,
you need to expand your
which is funny since
bro.
Xbox literally shut down the people that made Dishonored. But I think that my frustration is that we need somebody to actually provide competition. We need Xbox out here doing something that feels like it pushes gaming. Like, I really do feel like Xbox 360 was that console that pushed gaming forward by decades. Xbox Live established online gaming, like the biggest multiplayer lobbies, online living worlds, craziness, this persistent existence of stuff. And now there just seems so lazy, and PlayStation's even lazier. It just so baffles the mind that this is the chance where, like literally with PlayStation silence, this is the chance for Xbox to come out and say, hey, remember me? And they're just not doing it. They just do not care. Oh, look, another sort of Xbox exclusive. Off the cuff thoughts, I would give this a 5 or a 6 probably. And that's just instant reaction after watching that and taking notes. Boy, howdy. How did you feel about the
PlayStation's was great.
Xbox Showcase? How excited are you for the Halo remake and Gears of War E-Day? And are you going to enjoy these games on PC, PS5, or Xbox? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and be sure to keep dreaming. Man, I literally sat here the whole time waiting to be wowed. And like the 18th live service update, I literally groaned. I literally went, what are we doing here? Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want,
Bro. All right, we'll watch the other one.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here. Today we have to talk about Xbox because just a couple hours ago was the Xbox Game
We have to, man.
Showcase. It was very much a 6 out of 10. A couple of good games in there, but a lot of that stuff just really didn't appeal to me. A lot of it was just random flash and grab. Hey, a new update to Flight Simulator, a new season to Sea of Thieves and stuff like that. But the couple of games they showed that really kind of blew me away happened to be Xbox exclusives. Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution. Both those actually look to be spectacular and are console exclusives. Now, this is very significant because in a lot of ways, Microsoft has given up on the idea of exclusives. It's been 2 years now since Microsoft said, yep, we're getting rid of that, right? Everything. Forza, Halo, Gears of War, everything is coming to PlayStation 5, and it seems like they actually sell on PlayStation 5. And a lot of that's because, well, PlayStation 5 as a console is selling. There's 100 million PlayStation 5s and like 28 million Xboxes. So obviously 4 times the market, you're expecting to get at least a decent chunk of sales. But now they've just posted some very strange clarifying statements that feel like lies, if we're being honest. And I want to kind of highlight these lies because maybe they're just mess ups, maybe they're just phrasing it weird, but it seems like a lot of Xbox fans themselves are kind of screaming at Xbox saying, why are you being so full of contradictions while revealing games I actually want to play? But let's get into it. I hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this was a funny thing, right? This is Asha Sharma, new CEO, the person that replaced, of course, the late, great Phil Spencer. I don't know why I'm acting like he died in a terrible gaming accident, but she's been saying the heart of Xbox is great.
He jelked too close to the sun, man. R.I.P. Phil.
Games, which is interesting because, you know, whether you like these trailers or hate these trailers, it is interesting that when you watch these, they say like, hey, here's a bunch of great stuff. Oh yeah, a lot of these are going to be on PlayStation 5. A lot of these are all on PlayStation 5. So in the comments, a lot of people are like, okay, why are you canceling this? Gears of War E-Day was going to come to PlayStation 5. In fact, we have
Who fucking cares? Why would you do this? You betrayed me. Okay, bro, nobody cares.
Leak that apparently it was very close to done. See, Gears of War E-Day is sitting on a hard drive ready to be launched for the PlayStation 5. It was literally canceled last minute, which is fascinating. So a lot of people, when she says, we want people to choose Xbox because of great games and great experiences.
Isn't Dreamcast Guy literally the same motherfucker that's been on record saying that exclusives are what sell consoles? Why the fuck is he complaining about this?
That also means giving you something that was made for the Xbox. Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution will be Xbox console exclusives. I see you actually put 2 spaces here in the middle of your tweet. LOL canceled. But look at
my god, dude, he got her.
Replies here, right? Make every game console exclusive.
Bro, what the fuck is that?
Nobody wants this case-by-case basis. Draw the line in the sand. Now, a lot of people are posting stuff like that. But here's the tweet that's very important, right? Remember this. Sarah Bond coming out on stage and saying, yes, Xbox is putting out Starfield. It will never be on PlayStation. She had this giant art, literally came out on stage saying, this is an Xbox console exclusive. But people are like, okay, if this is the importance of exclusives, why is State of Decay multi-platform? Why is Senua multi-platform? Look at this. A lot of people are like, okay, if your claim is newly announced games are going to be exclusive, even by that rule, it doesn't make sense. They're trying to claim, oh, we
Not gonna lie, she's kind of hot. Nah, she's just wealthy, bro.
sometimes have contractual obligations.
I know what you think you feel, but you're just attracted to her because she's got a lot of money. I'm telling you right now.
Like, people have already paid money for Halo on PlayStation 5, so we're not going to cancel like Halo on PlayStation 5, but that doesn't make sense. They revealed completely new games. Like, State of Decay is such a great example. State of Decay and Senua, these are brand new games, and they announced them today for the PlayStation 5. So clearly you don't care that much.
Acting like you wouldn't marry a rich mid girl? I would absolutely marry a beautiful mid, but yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
Much about exclusives, right? But see, a lot of people are also bringing up stuff like this. Older lies. This is Aaron Greenberg. Obviously, it's a tweet from 2021, but he makes it very, very clear. This will not be a timed exclusive. This is simply where the game is being made. So look at this. They're like, this will only be on Xbox. Starfield is exclusively on Xbox. It will never be on PlayStation 5. And a lot of people are making memes like, okay, we just keep hearing that. It's just 2 games. Don't take it as a signal. Remember Phil Spencer sitting on that couch for the Xbox podcast, straight up saying, we're not going fully multi-platform. This is in every game. Phil Spencer, on camera, it's crazy to even think about this, a year and a half ago, looks dead into lens and saying, Starfield will not come to PlayStation. And now here it is on the PlayStation, and it's the best place to play it. I mean, that game still sucks, but hey, if you actually wanted to play that terrible, terrible game and didn't have a PC, you could, hypothetically, not recommend it, but play it on the PlayStation 5. But here's the tweet that just happened, right? This is Gamertag Radio, obviously Paris Lilly, and I think the guy's name is Daniel Pena, Darren Pena, this guy, Michael Pena, he's one of the Penas. This dude, Matt Booty on Xbox exclusive strategy. Big multiplayer live service games will continue to be multi-platform exclusive.
Okay, so why is Gears not multi-platform if we're talking about live service games? This is where it's already a contradiction, man. This is where it's already a contradiction. Gears of War is one of their marquee live service games. Why is Fable not exclusive, but Gears of War is? Like, that already breaks from this, projected strategy.
Exclusivity is determined on a case-by-case basis. We're going to make those right decisions, not the fast decisions. And immediately,
on case-by-case is literally what Phil Spencer said, by the way.
What a lot of people are talking about in the comments, right, is that, hey, why is Gears of War an exclusive then? Gears of War is best because of the multiplayer. Everybody plays the multiplayer for thousands and thousands of hours. Isn't that a multiplayer game? Does this not count as multiplayer? Is there not going to be multiplayer in Gears of War E-Day? Because if it doesn't, that's about to be a very bad sign. Let me look at this. They already said this years ago. Why are they playing? Xbox fans, you better buy that new games because if it flops, it's getting ported ASAP. And I think this is the unspoken threat. I truly believe this more than anything else. I think that what they're saying is, famously, Xbox people do not buy games. I know every time I say that, there's some guy in the comment section who's like, well, I have the 9 copies of Forza. Okay, that's fine. I'm glad you have 18 controllers. It's proven statistically, literally look at the data. Xbox people do not buy games. If you look at something like Final Fantasy 16, people were begging for years to get Final Fantasy 16 onto Xbox Series X. When it came out, it was like the 49th top selling game that week. Like, Xbox people don't buy games. Okay, that aside, that's the other part of it, is that if these people are not going to significantly spike the Game Pass numbers, again, that's what they're saying, is that this will have to go third party. Because with a lot of these streaming services, that's their metric is, okay, did somebody sign up for the service? What's the first thing they interacted with? All right, you got Game Pass, or you've already had Game Pass. You immediately installed and played Gears of War E-Day, day one, right? That to them signals, okay, this is worth our exclusivity. This is worth having that walled garden approach. Xbox exclusives are about the desire to give players a reason to buy an Xbox. Previously announced ports will be honored. This is the thing, right? This is a lie. Like, there's just no other way to say it. previously announced ports will be honored for their prospective titles, that just sounds to me like they're basically trying to backtrack. They're trying to go like, oh, this isn't every game, but also here's a bunch of new games that are all filled with PS5 logos. Xbox marketing has to be the worst. Can't wait to revisit this in 12 months. Future games will be a case-by-case basis. Is telling by these 2 exclusives are merely a test and they will go back. Neither the new Senua or State of Decay have been announced for PS5, and yet they're coming to PS5.
Exactly.
Just watch. They're trying to see the sales to say, hey, does Forza Horizon 5 sell 10 times more? Or if Forza Horizon 6 ends up being the top-selling game on PS5 with the new Halo, that case-by-case basis will be thrown out the window. This is the thing, right? Is that you can try and claim, oh, this isn't as cut and dry. Xbox is trying to adapt. But a lot of people seem to think that this is Xbox listening too much to the community. I am seeing some people that maybe it is that Asha Sharma hasn't really been in this industry. She's not a gamer. And I'm not trying to say that to like demean or belittle her, but
exactly. They're throwing a bone to the hardcore fan base. That's exactly what I said. You know, prior to the showcase even, I said it wouldn't be surprising that if Gears is exclusive, because of how poorly Gears 1 Remastered sold on PS5. If Gears 1 Remastered had sold like 1 million or 2 million copies, then it would have been a multi-platform release. But apparently it sold like 100,000. And even that might be a, you know, liberal estimate on the sales. So, yeah, apparently it completely bombed on PS5. So unfortunate, man.
A person that's coming in from an outside industry. Like, look, I don't need a ton of pizza. You suddenly make me the CEO of Pizza Hut. What am I going to do? I'm going to go on Twitter and be like, hey, guys, how much sauce do you want in your sloppy slut sticks? And I'm going to go off that because I don't
your sloppy slut sticks?
Know, right? These people are now listening to the most diehard, crazy Xbox fanboys. People that's name are like Pony Leg Breaker 69. They're listening to those people and they're saying, never let anything go on PlayStation ever again. And they're trying to listen to them. And I got to be honest, I don't think those people are buying games. We'll see, but I would bet hard money. I'm saying this here on June 7th, 2026. I'll see you guys in a year, but let's face it, this is not staying exclusive. They're claiming right now it's not a timed exclusive. That thing.
No, I think Gears will stay exclusive. I don't think it'll get ported to PS5 because, again, Gears 1 Remastered sold so poorly that, you know, they're probably like, it's not worth it.
It's going to sell 6.5 copies, and they're going to immediately go, wait, actually, it is a timed exclusive. Oh, it's not a timed exclusive because we're releasing Gears of War E-Day Special Edition. That's a totally separate thing, which is on PlayStation 5. They're going to try and sort of finagle it, but that is coming to PlayStation 5. I'd bet this pinky. Thanks so much for watching this video. How do you feel about the idea of Xbox exclusives? And do you really think they can put this back in the bottle? And how do you feel about the idea that they literally canceled this after spending all the money, even finishing the PS5 version? Tell me what you think in the comments down below. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever I do, it'll try not to suck.
I wish that were the case. I really do, man. But you've let me down way too many times. So, I don't think I can. My heart's been broken once before. And I don't think it's fixed quite yet. Dude, that Switch video is like by far one of the worst videos I think I've ever seen from him. That shit was crazy bad. All for 13,000 views, man. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Humiliating yourself to that degree. I really wish I had my computer, bro. I really wish I had my computer. At least he doesn't react to the trolls. Yeah, I mean, if he did, bro, it would have been Joe over a long time ago. You know. Dreamcast guy is a special type of dude. That's for sure. The hell's this? Hell no. I'm using my old computer, so this is my old computer that needs a desperate CPU upgrade. And yeah, I can't really play any video games on it. Especially with OBS running. So, yeah. I have this old one, but, you know, it's not really equipped for modern gaming. So, I'm hopefully going to get my computer back today or tomorrow. I mean, I was number 23 last Tuesday in the queue. So, I'm hoping it won't take them a week. Well, it has a week or more to get through 23 computers. So, we'll see. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, dude. $23 is a good number. Raymond wants 18, though. Well, we can't always get what we want, so, you know. I'd be fine with 23, by the way. 23, I think, is like the sweet spot, because you don't get the, you know, high school or college mentality anymore at that point. The groovy truth with the E5. What if you get your PC back and found out they spent days playing games on your Steam? Let's check. Nope. Still a fake gamer. Even worse, what if they were playing Fallout 2? The horror? Yeah, that is probably the worst case scenario, honestly. You know, I wouldn't really care if they played some games on my computer, honestly. Like, that wouldn't really bother me. I'd be like, nice. But, yeah, if they were playing Fallout 2, then we'd have a problem. I agree. Fallout 2 is a no-go. I don't think so. I think they just run like some sort of stress test on the hardware. So, I think there's like some software you can load up that like puts your GPU at 100% load, CPU at 100% load, RAM at 100% load. Like, I don't think they actually boot up like an actual like video game. I think they have like, you know, actual test software that does that shit for them that is much more efficient than, you know, like, dude, can it run Crysis? So, yeah. I don't know. But, I mean, all I need is a power supply swap, so it should be pretty easy. Hopefully. Hopefully there's no more, you know, unforeseen issues, but... Maybe? No, I'm getting a different PSU this time. Getting a different one this time. It's 7:30. I may go ahead and hop off, guys, because I'm going to sign into work kind of early today. I've got some stuff from Friday I have to finish up since I got off to stream Summer Games Fest. So, anyway, have a wonderful Monday, everybody. And, yeah, I guess I will talk to everyone later tonight. Have a good one, guys. Peace out.